Slightly delayed this morning due to a medical emergency with accused number 3. Mr. Sivnarine, before we start, what are the arrangements?
Thank you, my lord. I have consulted with accused number 3 and she's indicated that she'd prefer having medical attention immediately, my lord.
And you will remain in attendance?
My lord, in view of the fact that she's not involved in the trial within a trial, I don't see any issue. I will remain in attendance, my lord. Thank you, my lord.
You've explained the situation to the accused?
I have, my lord.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
I'm going to make a specific ruling insofar as it relates to accused number 3. I've been informed in chambers this morning that the accused needs medical attention. I'm therefore, with concurrence of the defense, going to rule that the proceedings today will proceed in the absence of accused number 3 for the following reasons. 1, the trial within a trial that we're busy with does not affect accused number 3. She's not involved in that. The Criminal Procedure Act makes provision for situations like this. Section 159, subsection 2 of the Act provides as follows. If 2 or more accused appear jointly at criminal proceedings and A, the court is at any time after the commencement of the proceedings satisfied upon application made to it by any accused in person or by his representative, sub 1, Roman 1, that the physical condition of that accused is such that he, the act reads he, but it should be he or she, is unable to attend the proceedings, or that it is undesirable that he should attend the proceedings, or the 2 relates to the death of a family member, etc. The court, I skip a portion of this section, if it is of the opinion that the proceedings cannot be postponed without undue prejudice, embarrassment or inconvenience to the prosecution or any co-accused or any witness in attendance, the court may authorize the absence of the accused concerned for a period determined by the court and on the conditions which the court may deem fit to impose, and direct that the proceedings be proceeded with in the absence of the accused concerned. The Act makes provision for further regulatory issues which we shall deal with in due course. Therefore, accused number 3 is excused. We've made arrangements that she will be attended to immediately insofar as it relates to her medical condition. Thank you, Ms. Smith. Do you understand it? She nods. Thank you. So, Constable, yes, you may attend to her. Can the media just please show some restraint? in not necessarily focusing your cameras on a person who is ill. I will pause so that Ms. Smith can be attended to, and thereafter we will proceed. Yes, thank you. Ms. Harriman, are you proceeding?
I'm sorry, my lord, there's a problem with our mic.
We'll just check the microphone.
Apologies, my lord, he is attending to it.
Here we go.
There we go. Thank you, my lord. State calls Edward Clark.
Now, I know that you're going to use the screen. Because of the light, it might be difficult to see. You might want to angle it slightly differently so that we don't have... We're going to cut the lights when we get there. Thank you. You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court.
Edward William Clark, my lord.
Do you have any objection to that oath?
No, my lord.
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand.
Yes, my lord.
And swear that
I do. So help me God, my lord.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn in.
As it pleases the court, my lord, this is witness number 3 on the witness list.
Yeah, did the witness choose to stand?
Yes, my lord, please.
Good. Have you testified in my court before?
My lord, I don't know if I may mention that you were my complainant before. I have not testified before you, but in the Pacha days you were my complainant, my lord.
But I might have cross-examined you in years gone past.
Not at all. Thank you, my lord.
No, but simply because the name is familiar, the face is familiar. I've seen you in the High Court in matters.
Yes, I'm currently the investigating officer in the Modak matter, my lord. Before Honourable Judge Henny as well.
Which I've case managed at some stage.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Clark, correct, you currently hold the rank of colonel.
That's correct, my lord.
With which unit are you based?
I'm currently with the Provincial Serious and Violent Crimes Unit, Western Cape.
For how many years have you been in the service?
32 years, my lord.
Can you briefly tell us about your history in the police services?
My lord, currently I'm mandated to investigate multiple murders within the Western Cape, 3 victims and more, taxi-related violence, extortions, informal, formal businesses, business robberies, high-profile matters, all vehicle theft and vehicle hijackings in the Western Cape, as well as all stock-related crimes, my lord.
We know that you were requested to attend to the taking of a confession in this matter. Before I get to that, can you tell the court, did you ever, or have you had any dealings with this matter in terms of its investigation, interviewing of witnesses, etc.?
No, my lord.
Further correct that on the 5th of March you were requested by Brigadier Hanana to assist in this matter?
That is correct, sir, my lord.
Please tell the court what happened.
My lord, on the morning of the 5th of March 2024, I received a phone call from Brigadier Hanana requesting whether I could assist in taking down a confession of a person who wanted obviously to confess. Subsequently, I came to Saldanha on the morning of the 5th of March 2024.
What time was that? Do you recall?
That was approximately between 4 and 5 in the morning. When I was contacted, I left at about 5 in the morning and I arrived at approximately 7 o'clock in the morning, my lord.
Proceed.
I just want to see, accused number 2 before court was then brought to our office where I was seated. This was at the offices of the FCS unit, Family, Child and Sexual Offences unit in Saldanha. Videographer had been arranged at that stage, my lord, to record the proceedings. The accused before court number 2 was then brought to the office, and the said confession form was then completed by myself. I started interviewing him. Yeah, and like I said, it was videographed, my lord.
Very well. I'm going to place before you, my lord, I intend for this to be handed in as exhibit.
I think we currently going to exhibit double H.
Yes, correct, my lord. My lord, do we have double G? Yes, this will be double F.
Yes, we have double G. We're going to double H now. Then, as I have also skipped I, I'm going to skip double I because it can be confused with 11.
Indeed.
So we'll go to double J after that.
My lord, before I present these to the Honourable Court, I just want to inform the Court that it will be the confession document. It's 3 sets. It's a notice of rights and it's the concluding affidavit of this witness in respect of what transpired during the confession.
Just before you hand it up, Ms. Nkabai, any objection to the handing in of the documents?
That's why it was handed.
No objection noted. If you can hand up the documents, I will mark them and decide how we're going to mark it,
As the Court pleases.
so that we keep the pack together.
Certainly.
So if you give me all 3 the documents, I will identify them for the record, mark it, and I will determine how we're going to deal with it.
As it pleases the Court.
So the first one is the customary form that we've also seen on Exhibit R. So that is the form that has different parts, and it's marked in page numbers up to page 26. So it's styled Confession to a Justice of the Peace. It's got serial numbers, etc. on it. It indicates section 4, SABC 14A form that was marked 21A, and it has a note on pink bladsy voor in register. So it will be marked Exhibit H. The form related to, and that's pages 1 through to 26, which I will mark H1. The reference will then be H1, page 1, page 2, etc. up to page 26. The SAPS 14 capital A, the one that's referred to in the narrative on the form, will be marked H small 2. Then the affidavit referred to, that was A21 capital B in the docket. It consists of 3 pages, of which the last page is merely the commissioning. That will be marked H3.
Thank you, my lord.
Do you follow?
Yes.
Ms. Nkabai, do you follow my markings? Thank you. The reason for the manner in which I mark the exhibit is merely for ease of reference and for the reader of the record, if it needs to be read afterwards, to follow it through.
Appreciate that. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
My lord, at this stage, I'm going to refer to the video. We have canvassed this with my learned friend for the defense, Ms. Mkabai, and this is the process we're going to follow. The witness will testify, will be cross-examined after, or questions will be put after, but at this stage, we'll play the video first.
Good.
My lord, sorry for my back.
Certainly, it's not a problem.
Apologies.
Is it visible, Ms. Nkabai? There's some glare.
Can I be seated next?
Certainly. You can sit next to Captain Lombard if you so wish, which is closer.
My lord, if I may also ask for the witness if he so wishes to be seated in front.
Absolutely.
I'm good standing, my lord. Thank you.
He wants to stand, yeah.
I'm going to sit down to allow my colleagues to see.
Yeah, that's fine. The video is being played. We have admitted Exhibit 1, which was the CD. Is it the CD or what do they call it? DVD.
It's on a disc.
It's
Let's
on a
be
disc.
safe, it's on a disc.
So the disc for Exhibit R was marked Exhibit 1. This one will therefore be marked Exhibit 2, as it is a physical exhibit.
Thank you, my lord, it's noted.
Thank you.
Sebagai infeksi inspektor pada Herman 20 එක සඳහන් BJP tersa kami rasa kami mengenal representative Herman maximum versus street pregnant siwa street it is here ketnas Европа она просто нас Saldanha Bay только Andri только Иран только.
Ik zie dat die persoon, ik zal nou allemaal op iets stel. Ik zie dat die persoon in wijnkast zit, jullie al gezien, of dat is meer van, dan ga ik nog verschonen van, nou, wat is wat gaan ik zien die persoon, ons is op record, hè? Oké, nou, net al. Dat is in het afvalvuur, hè? Oké, dat is het. Hoe die kan maar, oké, daar ja. hulle losmaak.
It's a person with a blue top.
Us to pause as we go along, to note for the record.
No, you don't have to pause. I will just highlight certain issues. So if there are questions for Colonel Clark to clarify on things that are not described on the video.
As please.
Good.
Dus is komende. Thank you.
One can see Colonel Clark writing, and I've turned to page 2 of 26. I can see he's writing at the bottom of the page. It's also reflected.
Dit jij niet, dit is dat verschil gebeurt zo. In hier is vandaag. Ja, dat is eigenlijk. De spelers. Oké, als ik eigenlijk dat is wel wat dat dus ik heb die cameraman net een verzoek. Dit op mij rond. Dit ook deze venster. Als iemand bij de venster heeft of wat nee. Ik kan niet meer zien dan. Maar er is meer zo'n op. Je ziet die venster waar je staat, zie je waar het praat. Dus je kan zien de stuk als je ziet hier. Zorg dat je het gaat. Dit is de andere veld. Het is geen andere venster, dat is heel ons leven. Oké? Kijk, dit gaat het goed in de zien. Ik kan maar niet kast doen. Oké. Die kast, dat is niet daar niet. Niet daar niet. Oké. Zo. Als ik dan niet. Kijk, ons dat niet goed. Dit komt dubbel zeker te maken. Goed koers. Kijk, maar flux. Kijk, zo. Ik wil hem afleggen. Zo. Komt hier niet hier. Zoals iemand nog. Die wil niet hoofd aan het woord. Zoals die nog niet hoofd is. Want dan heb ik het cultuur en maar ik ga vandaag hier doen. Goed beginnen. Maar de lucht is hier 14 avond. Maar dat is direct nu echt was. Hier is het in ons. Aan de voorkant. Je ziet iets spielbaaien. Dus je verschillende talen van die talen. Hier zijn we ook eens beginnen met die Afrikaanse weergave. Zo? Ja.
So that will be reference to H2, and I indicated on the face of H1 the note made by Colonel Clark saying pink bladsye voor in register, and we can see the pink pages on the video. Thank you.
Maar die kunnen we maar zitten, want dan is het correct. Sê jy geweer? Stefan, is dit gespel? Is dit een I of een F? Ook met een I. Is ek dus Stefan, nee? Die jy tweede naam? Hoe is dat? Hoe speel dit? Ja? Dus je spreekt zo nog, ik ben twee, zit je middel, en dan waar is je van? Hoe dan? Die hier? Ja. Ja. En dan die van? Dus het van rijden daar aan. Ah, sorry man. Oké. Joe, heb je die kant? Ja, oké. Happy. Ja, als we terug naar het voorbeeld doen, dat ze kennisgeving van rechten en gevolgen in de grondwet, artikel 35 van die 108 van 1996. Hier worden die volgende reden aangehouden. Ik ga dit niet zo schrijven, zoals het nog aan de gang is. Ik heb een verkeerd niet, dan is het sorry man. Ik ga hem cancelleren, maar je apologies voor daar. Ik zie dat het hier is. Sorry voor dat. Precies. Voor de bekentenis. Is je alright, man? Ja. Zeker. Val je ook met het zoeken? Is je alright? Oké. Goed is. Sorry, mijn kinderen. Heel break. Oké. Die wordt voor de volgende keer antwoord. Ik is geschakeld om te zien, dus voor de bekentenis. Je hebt een schuldig verteld van mij, niet nou niet, luister maar niet eerst. Als het persoonlijk aangehouden wordt in die volgende rechten, 2a, die de recht om een rechtspraak te zijn van die eerste tijd veranderen, of indien je dit kies om de rechtsopdracht aanspreek te doen, die die staat van die diensten van de rechtspraak voorgezien wordt. Anderwijl je kan een lawyer krijgen, zelf betaald, die krijgt gratis lawyer, dan die krijgt. Hierdie recht om die wettigheid van die andere persoon voor de hof te betwis en om vry te laat word en zodanig aanhouding onwettig is. So anderwijl dit was, die kan nie dat iemand op die om die selwe verkeerde rede nie, as hulle rede vir dit wees. Maar as jy die strijd die rede nie voor die hof gaan sê, sê jy die recht om aanhoud te word onder toestande wat in ooreenstemming is met die menswaardigheid, het inbegrip van minstens die voorsiening van staatskoste, van toereikende accommodatie, voedsel, leesstof en medische behandeling. Dus ek wil teken net, as jy al ek stel het, jy moet nie verwacht om dit 5 ster op jou afgeleid, dit gaan nie een holiday wees, een holiday nie wees. Dit gaan met maar nou beneden sal die skoon wees, want dit die kost gee. As daar hoe son is, kan ek dit gee. As jy op ander, en dan net terwijl ek sê, as ek sê, jy kan sê, ek sê, ek gaan ook op, maar ek sê, jy uit. Maar die pillen krijg jy ook, jy nog nie pillen gebruik, oké. Ek sal seker wat jy sê, as jy skaas, die kost krijg, en dan loop hulle op uitvraag. Jy gaan nie later ons kom, die pillen daar is so, jy is voorzien van pillen. Oké, die recht, om die geleende vervind te word, om in verbinding te tree en besoek te word, die gade of levensmaak, naastbestaan is godsdienst, verrader en een medisch praktizijn van die keuse. 3. As 'n persoon wat weens 'n beweerde oortreding gearresteer is, die volgende regte. Die regte is beskuldigheid. Die enigste wat jy sê,
can we just have, oh, there's the paramedic. I'm just pausing because I could see in the corner of my eye they were passing through with accused number 3. Thank you. It's out of sight for me. I don't know from where you sit whether they've gone through the door. Good. Thank you. We may then proceed.
Kan aangeteken word of opgeneem word en as getuies in teen die hof gebruik word. Jy is nie verplig om 'n bekentenis of erkenning te doen, maar as getuies nie gebruik mag word nie, jy die reg om so gou as redeliker wys moontlik is voor hof gebring te word, maar nie langer as 48 uur na die arrestasie of die einde van die eerste hofdag na die verstryking van die 48 uur. Indien die 48 uur buiten normale hofuur op 'n dag wat meer normale hofdag is verstryk, met ander woorde, ons sê nie helemaal, ek sê nou ons is die polisie, ek kan nie die hof gegaan, die was jou opgeleid gearresteer. Op die probleem is die vaak nie, maar so jy het al die polisie gegaan, maar dan jy weet jy moet by die hof kom en dit moet bijna 48 uur wees. Jy verstaan? En dan die reg om by die eerste hofverskyning na die arrestasie verwittig te word van die rede vir die voorsetting van die aanhouding of om vrygelaat word. So hierna ek nie die procesie weet ek om jy is nie, maar as jy gaan, en wanneer jy gaan, jy kom al by die hof van die hof en sê, meneer, die lang groot naam van jou, gaan hulle sê, die klachte van winkeldiefstal of die klachte van kaart gestuur of iets, gaan hulle voor die hof en sê, dan, jy sal nie daar nie van niks in die hof, ja, so jy weet al, maar ja, dit moet nie so, moet nie verder daarover praat nie, en hier die reg om behoudens, redelike voorwaardes, uit aanhouding vrygelaat te word indien die belang van die gerechtigheid toelaat, so dat hulle, as jy hof voel, ons moet prima facie so, as jy hof voel, dat is 'n saak nie, geen bomsaak nie, dan kan jy verder aan die speelde aan die doen, dat jy tot borggang sê doen en daai goed. 4, jy kan enige van die hoogkriminele regte in enige stadium van die aanhouding uitgevind. Verstaan nie? Verstaan? Ja? Verstaan nie? Ja, ja. Ok, as jy verstaan, dan ek nie gelees het, nie. Ek kan dit nie, een mooie naam doen, met die boodskryf. Ja, toen, wat ek nou, toen maar sorry. Nein. Ja. Van Rijn. Hockey, nee? Goed. Oké, de vakantie van de lees. Hier. Oké, die wil anders zien. Omhoog. Jy so ek is ek op my foto, ons het polisie foto, en daar denk ek voor, die mag met my praat, die voor ek daar en som om, en sê toch, hulle kan die tijd op te kyk, as ek tot vraag word, ek weet nie so dit vraag is nie, 5 nog maar, die 5 nog, oké, ek moet jy daar, dat ek volgende net maak, ek die man, jy voel ek so poliesman, so ek sê, as, iemand van die buiten, nee, so nie polisie, ek sê nie van die blijf, ek kom die taal af, ok, so jy sien voorzitter na die 5 min. Hoe laat is het nou? 10 aan 20, ne? En toch ek het sien. Het sien nie by Saldanha, ne? Het jy al soort vorm gekryk, ne? Wat in die rechter was nie? Het is so baie nie, dat ek vergeet. Het jy om by jou? En wat is dat ons gekom? Daar is het. Ek kom so kan ons al hou, dat ek net dokumenteer die som. Sê jy dat net nie my asjeblief? Daar is het even, dat jy my recht op verslaan. Dan is er rekord doeleindes. Daar is er 14a uitgereik. Ek kan nie die polisie ons aangeven maak nie. En dit is jou aangeven met die einde dan, ok. Jy het om so. Ok, ek kan eindelijk, ek kan toch sê, nommer
I'm looking at double H2. You don't have to pause. Where I can see it's written on. I can see it on the video and I can see it on the document. Yes, thank you.
Dat ek weet dat hulle pensioen doen, nou hierdie ook my nek. Maar dit is nou ook nie weer op. Dat ek dit vol die gister, is 'n belangrike gister. En elke keer kry ek jou dinge sê dat jy nie trek het. Dan sal ek nou die polisiestasie dat jy nie kan kry omdat ek weer gister het. Ek weet nie. Is dit maar? Hallo? Sorry. Ik zeg het nog dat het nou gaan om net te bepalen. Sorry, maar dit is ook wel dat keer also. Andy maar. Ik was ook wel zien dat het niet zo kijk. Zo is het daar, zo vandaag. Ik denk voor een soort van saya di ait di baca film CDC di derde, Spotify itu di derde mah, sudah. Pasti kenapa itu? Voor je dat goed hoor, oké? Die dokter, nou scherp ik bij de maar ik moet zeggen dat ik maak. De Stefan van Rijn, leeft niet 6 years ago. Ze heeft niet over alles gehad. Wat is het eerste man van? Okay. The patient he fell from a bottle. Die vierde en de tweede vanaf in de afternoon. Bevestigd ja? Gister, dus ik weet niet de derde. En dan is hier kom. Iets van een zwelsel. Die was leeft in die. Onze ziekels gemaakt. Moet je bevestigen? Ja. En dan is er iets van soft tissue, leeft niet. Maar dat is niet, dat lukt niet. En dan de rechter die, ook iets in de ik bedoel je, die camera, dus ik kan niet lekker. Maar je kan niet zo, als een paper als je kan bespreken, als je net niet van een mooie term net echt bij ziet. Nou, je zo zie ik ook die knieën, en dan die zo, die arms. Is dat die wapen zijn gevallen? Is het een politiewapen? Gewoon een wapen? Gewoon een wapen? Zo, dus geen politie. Oké. Dus ik heb dat. Als we ooit dat doen, wat zijn de schrijven Saldanha? Gedeelde. Dit is die 5 hè? Van maart. Hier sê het 20 is veel oorgeprint en dan die tyd. Is jy reg? Is jy reg? Is die boek opgeschreven? Is jy seker dat reg? Is het nou net so dat die kom gaan? Okay. Oké, ek is van die provinciale ernstige geweldsmisdaad in die Weskaap. Ek het so dat werk nie so met julle nie. Oké, dan jy het my net. Ja, teken asjeblief. En daar so, dan net van die paragrafeer, dan maar net die initials. Inshallah, je weet dat het weer aantekeningen zijn. De voorlichters gaat zijn. Niet op, je hebt mijn eigen gezien als je gelijk hebt met. Sorry, van Rijn. Stefan. Doen, maar, sorry, ik kan nog steeds even dit spreken. Wijn, Dan wat jy adres kry? Sê gou jy? Arends. Wat sê die woord is dit? Waar is dit? Jy sê Dias? Dias Bay? Soort Dias gekoop. Is dit die in Saldanha? Jy ken jou eie nummer? Ok? Ja. Jo, please. Hoor jy nie? Wat sy taal praat jy sê jou? Afrikaans. Jy kan ander taal praat? Wat is ander die op school? Dan 5. Zou je dit ook in praten worden? Vraag mij niet. Is dat een persoonlijk? Kijk, ik vind die een taalteken, maar soms ook niet waar je die zin Oké, ik weet niet gedocumenteerd dat kleine behandeling in te brengen en die net met tot afgereageerd, dan zou je die G geschreven en geen check. Ja, zo meer die onder nog gedaan. En dan, als het nee, dat ik nog een initial. Als het. Sorry. Die fotograaf, dat ik die videograaf heb, maasnummer?
Dan 62
Ja.
50
Ja.
78 5.
Ja.
Adjutant was AJ Petersen, Bravo Junior Petersen.
Bravo.
Junior Petersen.
Petersen van waar is hij?
Van VKS Vredenburg.
Oké, jullie horen dit hè? Die doel van haar zijn die banden. Ze die woordigheid, namelijk dat alles wat gezegd in of gedoen wordt tijdens die onderhoud op video opgenomen wordt. Oké, so om enige moeilijke toekomstige dispuut voor vandaag zijn gebeuren te starten. Dan hij kan niet naar ETV toe of SABC of iets soos nie. Dat kan in die hof gespeel word, soos ons nou hier praat, nee. En dan, jy gaan een bewering maak dat jy ook klaar. Jy kan goed iets sê as jy ek het so gesê. Maar as jy video dan, om my te beskerp en vir jou, meer van jou bestaan. Oké, so die beamte, by sy laat staan, jy geen probleem om wat dit is. Oké, jy sê ek met die video. Oké, so jy met die sê. Oké, dan jy dit met daar so teken. En dan vraag ek dat jy dit verstaan die, wat ek dan nie verduidelik. Oké, dan jy dit kan sê vraag. Stefane, jy moet omdat ek op video is net van die duidelik praat nie. En dat die hof ook kan hoor. Jy sê nou die hof, jy gaan nie so hoor, maar nou jy ok, heel hier is indien jy jeugdig is, en jy weet nie, jy sê nie jeugdig nie. Jy sê juvenile nie. So waarom is jy op my? Ja, ok. As jy honger, ek gaan beloof, soos klaar is, jy soms van die veel kost organise nie. Jy kan ook nog nie pille drink voor die kost drink, ok? En dan as jy die pille drink het, dan is ek nie bang, jy gaan die longerig maak worden, ok? Ok, sê weer? Ok, hier is hy, gezegd dan. Wat het jy weet, en jy sê jy jeugdig nie. Ok, die mag ons mooi daan. Laat sê. Zit jy gemakkelijk? Interpreter, ons het nie, dat het nie tolk nodig nie. Ons kan hom dood, nie van toepassing. Jy moet nie daar teken as jy doen. Ok, dit is belangrijk, die natuurlijk van die luisteraar nie. Ek is kolonel in die politie, met ander woorde, die vorm sê, ek is een vrederechter en mag een verklaring van jou neem. Maar dat ek range wat hier is. Die ander range soos hier, die range wat hier is, maak my die selle as wat ek een landros is. Ek het die selle machte as een landros. Ok, so, dis asof jy nou moet een landros in die hof praat. Ok, Ek mag ook later getuienis in die hof aflê met betrekking tot wat jy vir my sê of jy vir my sê. Indien jy 'n verklaring sou aflê, dit neergeskryf word en later as getuienis in die hof teen die gebruik kan word. So 'n verklaring sal dieselfde gewig dra as 'n verklaring in 'n land. Ons verstaan nie? Verstaan nie? Jy het nou hardop dat die video net gehoor, nee? Ja, maar. Okay. Ek heb niks te doen met die onderzoek van hierdie saak nie. Moenie vir my vrees nie, moenie bang wees vir my nie, en jy kan my in jou vertrouwe neem. Jy is nie verplig om enige verklaring hoegenaamd af te lê nie. Jy het 'n grondwetlike reg om stil te bly, met ander te swyg, as ook 'n grondwetlike reg om nie verplig te word om 'n bekentenis of erkenning te maak wat as getuienis teen gebruik kan word nie. Verstaan jy dit? Ja, ek gaan net oor na die volgende bladsy toe, maar as jy net vir my daar kan teken asseblief. Wil u beroep op hierdie grondregte en swyg, of wil jy praat, of wil jy nog storie vertel? Sê vir jy? Ok. Wil jy stil bly in jou reg, of jou grondregte regte uitvoer, of wil jy aangaan met die prosedure van verklaring te gee? Ja. Jy het reg om eers met 'n regsverteenwoordiger te praat, met 'n lawyer. Die regsverteenwoordiger kan jy adviseer om nie 'n verklaring te maak of al dan nie. Indien jy nie 'n regsverteenwoordiger kan kos hê, kan jy by die regshof raad aansoek doen vir regshof. In ander woorde, daar is free legal aid. So, wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Ok, wat wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Staan so, maar hier by die hof waar wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Wil jy eers met 'n regsverteenwoordiger kom, sal jy eers met 'n lawyer praat? Of wil ons aangaan? Kan jy net met daar die dokumente met jou handtekening gee? Ekskuus maar nou. By die voorafgaande gesprek, met dan wat ons nou die hele tyd oor praat, en antwoord is, ek oortuig dat die verklaring oënskynlik, ligter en by haar volle positief is. So jy het gesê, jy sit op, jy is onder. Ok, ek gaan jou iets op. Dan, ons sal sê persoon. Jy het gesê, die pille oor 2 diere drink, nie? Ok, ek gaan die kost wat ek nou vir jou uitsort. Dis weer nog makkelijk om aan te gaan. Dit my. Zeker weer. Nie eindelijk nie. Ok, daar gaan ons. Goed klaar.
Thank you. I think we can switch on the lights again, if it's possible. That's the end of the video, it seems. It'll be exhibit 2. I've noticed that the rest of the pages were not completed, so I'm sure the witness will now
I will take the
explain.
witness, indeed.
Thank you. You can stay there, Ms. Nkabai, if you want to, for now, unless you want to move back to your own house.
Thank you, my lord. I can connect our interpreter for the defense, what he said. Let me go to my Thank you, my lord. I intended to ask our interpreter to interpret for the defense what was said in the video.
Let's wait for the witness, because he might repeat some of these issues now. What he did was actually just went through the form. And the form has both English and Afrikaans up to page 8. Let's cross that bridge in a moment. Let's first hear the evidence.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Because I suspect there will be an explanation of some of these issues in the oral evidence. Thank you. Can I have the exhibit, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
My lord, if I may, we noted that the way that disk is saved is actually incorrect. The file name is reflected as pointing out it is in fact confession. So when you open the file, that's how it's saved, and that's not correct. It's saved as pointing out it was meant to be confession, but it's described properly on the cover and the disk itself.
I didn't follow.
Pardon?
I didn't follow your explanation.
Yes, my lord, once you insert the disk, a file will pop up. It's the only file, but it's actually saved incorrectly. It's saved as pointing out. It's supposed to have said confession, but the disk and the cover itself is correctly described as a confession, and that's the one we handed to you.
But the only information on this disk is in fact what we saw here.
Indeed, that is correct, my lord.
That's fine.
Yes, sir. Thank you, my lord. Colonel Clark, the document that is before you, do you confirm those notice of rights was in fact the one that you had explained to accused number 2, and that was the confession document that you completed?
Indeed so, my lord.
When you reached that point that's at now page 8, what happened thereafter?
My lord, I handed the accused back to the person that brought him to the office, if I recall, Sergeant Engelbrecht, and then said that they need to give him medical treatment and food, and he must go rest, my lord.
My lord, the court will recall yesterday it was in fact Sergeant Engelbrecht that had entered the box and we excused him. Yes. And was that the end of your involvement in this matter, Colonel?
That is indeed so, my lord.
But later on you were approached by the investigating officer to file a statement regarding what had transpired here and that the confession had not proceeded.
Yes, my lord.
So the only issues that was all the questions and the process explained to the accused is contained in the form, and it's in both languages, English and Afrikaans.
Correct, sir, my
The
lord.
form itself is bilingual. It's only the answers where that was mostly ja meneer, and that would be translated as yes sir.
As far as I could, I did it verbatim, my lord.
And where the answers in Afrikaans is ja aangaan, yes we may proceed, and he will get an attorney at court.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. In your observation of Mr. Van Rijn, accused number 2, whilst he was in your company, did you observe any injuries on him? What were your observations of him in general?
My lord, I went according to the J88 that was handed to me with regard to the injuries on the knee and the elbows, I think it was, yeah. And like I specifically asked him, was it police? Of course, I'm used to this procedure where they say it's police assault, alleged police assault, and he denied. He said it was a private bakkie. I again asked him, is it the police? He said no. So I was satisfied with that, my lord.
Had you noted any injuries, you would have recorded it on the form?
If you go down the form, further down the form, it makes provision for that, my lord. I stopped the proceeding, so it wasn't noted as such, my lord. But it is on the video.
Yes. Your observations of him generally, how did he appear to you?
I can't hear you
I'm
because you were
sorry.
speaking away from the microphone.
I'm sorry, my lord, is that better?
Yes, certainly.
Colonel Clark, your general observations of him, other than injuries, what were your observations?
The person appeared normal to me, my lord. From time to time, like you would see on the video, I did ask him whether he was tired or not. And then he confirmed we can continue. He was not tired, and only later on he said, no, he's tired, and I just decided to stop, my lord. Because sometimes I've taken many confessions. The demeanor of persons vary from person to person. Some have droopy eyes, some don't. Some is lively, some is quiet. So that's why I continued up to that point where I felt, no. He indicated that he's tired and he needs his pulse, my lord.
Just one moment. Can I just quickly sort
Certainly, my
this
lord.
issue out? Mr. Sidnerai, your client will be transported away from the facility here for medical attention. I intend authorizing a further warrant so that she be brought back here tomorrow. I will postpone the matter in her absence. Do you have any issues with it? So I'm still providing for the place of detention as Saldanha Bay, but it will be subject to what the doctors decide, whether she remain in hospital or be taken back there. But I'm merely authorizing the warrant. Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you. Just before we return to the cross-examination, you had the J88. I know the form makes provision further on, the part you didn't get to, where you would have gone into injuries, etc.
That's correct, my lord.
Why did you feel it was necessary to rather terminate the engagement?
Because the person indicated that he was hungry and that he had to use pills on that. And then I just thought, no, I'm not going to go further with this, my lord. So, medical condition, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, my lord.
Colonel, before you, it's Ms. Nkabai from Kabai Attorneys and is representing Mr. Van Rijn in this matter.
Pleasant to meet you, my lord.
You received a call from Brigadier Hanana calling you to come to Siboda offices to assist him
That's correct, my lord.
or the investigating team to take a confession
Correct.
from someone.
Correct, sir, my lord.
Just one moment. He put the question that he was requested to come to border offices. His evidence was he was requested to come here, but he went to FCS. Let me just clarify that. What was the message? Where did you have to report?
The FCS unit, but that is located at the Seaborder building, close to the Seaborder building, my lord.
Thank you.
Did Colonel, when he was calling you, did he tell you that this person you have to take a confession from was interviewed, as they put it, was interviewed the whole night until about 2 a.m. in the morning?
No, my lord.
He didn't tell you this.
No, my lord.
And you were not aware of this?
No, my lord.
You testify that you arrived at sea border offices when did you start taking confession from my client?
I'd say it's at 10:33, my lord.
What were you doing between 7 and 10:32?
I was seated there by the office waiting because I was informed that the person had to be taken to the district surgeon, my lord.
Were you told why he was taken to the district surgeon?
Come again, my lord?
Were you told the reasons why he was taken to the district surgeon?
That's procedure, my lord. Before you take a confession, you take a person for medical examination, my lord.
In this case, Kenneth, I'll put to you. My client was never taken to the district surgeon for that purpose. He was taken to the district surgeon for the following purpose. He was tortured from about 3 p.m. on the 4th of March 2024 until about 2 a.m. in the morning of the 5th of March 2024. Can you dispute this?
My lord, just give me a moment. Okay, on page 6 of 26, it makes provision for the person to take me into his trust, tell me anything that could have happened to him. That was not stated to me at that time, my lord. And then once again, further down in the confession, I just want to see where it is. Okay, page 9, 10, 11, 12, especially page 12. Have you been threatened with violence? Otherwise, should you... I didn't even get there, my lord.
You didn't get there?
I didn't get to that question. So the form makes provision for that, my lord, which I obviously subsequently did not complete because I stopped the confession, my lord. But it was never brought to my attention, not even on the video, my lord.
Now that I'm bringing it to your attention, can you dispute it?
I cannot comment on something I did not experience. I wasn't part of the investigation or this trial, my lord, until now.
I've watched the video. The video doesn't show, before my client is seated down, doesn't show him walking until that point. We didn't see that part.
Noted, my lord.
My client instructs me that he was struggling to walk. He was struggling to walk due to the following facts or factors. He was in pains because during the torture, his private parts were pinched, number 1. 2, he was beaten on his knees. 3, he was beaten on top of his feet. 4, he was handcuffed on his ankles.
I cannot comment on that, my lord. Once again, the form makes provision. I just want to go to the relevant page where I also inform him, page 14 of 26, which is also an empty page. The person would have been informed that he can liaise with the Office of IPID, Independent Police Directorate, to open a case. I didn't get that far, my lord. My observations was not as such. I would have expected the person who had been threatened, assaulted, etc., stating that to me accordingly, my lord.
But you didn't get there?
I didn't get to that, my lord, and once again, you saw me. I wasn't in a violent mood towards him. I expected him to take me into his trust, so nothing like that was stated to me, my lord. But it would have, the form would have provided for it, to cover it, my lord.
Did you get an opportunity to watch him? To watch him walking towards your office before
yes, my lord.
He was seated down?
That's correct, my lord.
How he was walking?
Normal to me, my lord.
How can one walk normally while being handcuffed?
Well, I just wanted to, the handcuffs is around the hands, not the legs.
While he's
And what? Okay, maybe I must just clear. The handcuffs I refer to as handcuffs, not foot cuffs. So he wasn't in shackles, so it wasn't as if he was walking with shackles, my lord.
But when I was watching the video, Kenneth, I could hear Shakespeare's noise on his ankles.
No, my lord. I strongly dispute that.
There was a point where Sergeant Engelbrecht was at the chair. Initially, I could only see the blue top. There was a noise. I don't know what it was. Miss Nkabai indicate that she heard shackles.
Can I ask something, my lord? I see there's visible policing members here. Do any of you have handcuffs?
You want to illustrate something? Here's the warrant officer.
So the effect of it,
Set of handcuffs.
the effect of it might have been, I don't know. That should be the sound that's on the video, my lord. So it's got like rigids. It goes through and it makes that noise. And when you release it, the same sound, my lord.
The witness took a set of handcuffs from the court orderly, illustrated that it makes the sound when you close the cuffs or open it. Thank
With the leave of the court, can the video be replayed?
Yes, my lord.
I want to hear that noise again.
Yes. Manning the exhibit back to the prosecutors. It's right at the beginning where Sergeant Peterson is bending over at the accused. Maybe whilst the prosecutor is setting up the video, could you see any handcuffs or feet restraint, leg restraints on Mr. Van Ryn?
I recall handcuffs, my lord.
You recall handcuffs?
So 15, die paper van die derde maand, 20, ek is adjudant BJ Petersen van die plaaslike kriminele rechtbank Vredenburg, maksnummer 06250785. Ek is hier by getuienis van vermistiging Mas Saldanha Bay 24 van 3/2024.
Ik zie dat die persoon, ik ga nou allemaal bekend stel. Ik zie dat die persoon en ik had zitten er al gezet op. Dat is meer wat. Dan ga je dat persoon en nou, dat is wat gaan ik zien niet.
All right. Can you maybe just explain what you said on the video?
I see the person have handcuffs. Can they please remove it, my lord? If foot shackles were there, I would have asked that as well, my lord.
So can you just pause there? I could hear the witness saying in Afrikaans to the videographer that he could see the person has handcuffs. Could he please remove it? Or to somebody, but the videographer was speaking, Warrant Officer Petersen, when the witness. So do you have any questions on that point before we play
Thank you, my
further?
lord. The video was stopped before I could hear that noise. In that part,
Okay,
we could
just one
see-
moment, Mr. Kabai. I asked for it to be stopped because I first wanted to clarify the comment made. Do you want us to play it through before you ask the next question?
With due respect, my lord, there is a part in the video.
Now we're getting there. I first wanted to clarify on what he said because it was said in Afrikaans. I wanted to put that on record. That's why I'm asking, do you have anything about the comment that he made before we start replaying the video?
No, my lord, I don't. Thank you.
All right. So can you take it slightly back so that we have a continuum? Right, okay.
Ik zie dat die persoon is allemaal bekend zelf. Ik zie dat die persoon en als ik er ook gezet op, dat is meer al. Ik ga even verschonen van nou, dat is wat gaan ik zien die persoon. Ons is ook echt goed, hè? Oké, om net af. Dat is in het afval, nee.
Cuffs to be removed.
Oké, dat is het. Goeie kamer, oké, dat. Oké, dat kan goed. Dat kan losmaken. Wanneer heb ik voor die report, ik zal net ook niet aan. Anders persoon.
You can tell Mr. Kabai when we can stop it.
Yes, I can see, my lord.
Thank you. Pause.
I can see, my lord. I can see that the bending, although I cannot see it clearly, but I could see some.
Can I just clarify?
Yes, my lord.
What I heard the witness say was he can see the person as handcuffs and requested for it to be removed. He then asked whether somebody has a key. Then Sergeant Engelbrecht comes in. It sounds like the dangling of keys. Then you can hear the sound, and the witness illustrated closing the handcuffs after opening it. So there could have been confusion that where the keys were dangling, that could have been a chain. But it was clear he was asking for the key. Petersen comes in, bends over, you hear the keys, and then you hear that sound that could have been a chain, but it was clear he was fiddling with the key, opening it up, and then closing the handcuffs afterwards. Does that clarify it, Ms. Sinkabai?
Thank you, my lord, because when I heard that noise, I thought that noise is the noise from the entrance of my client, from the service. I could hear it clearly now. It's the noise.
It's clear
of the
now.
keys. Yes, it's clear now, my lord. Thank you.
Leave the exhibit in case we need to go back there. Thank you.
Colonel,
My lord,
what is your level of education?
come again.
Your level of education.
I have a master's degree at Stellenbosch University in public management. Highest qualification, my lord.
And you are African speaking.
Afrikaans, English, but I did the name for you, my lord.
Do you have at your disposal Exhibit H1 in front of you? Exhibit H1.
That's the form.
Is that the actual confession form? Oh,
Yes, Colonel.
yes, my lord, I do.
Can we go to page 2?
H?
Page 2,
Yes, my lord.
where you've noted my client's highest qualification.
Yes, my lord.
It's written there as standard 5.
That's correct, my Lord.
Did you ask him whether he passed standard 5 or he dropped off from standard 5?
My Lord, in the video, I specifically asked him, is there a reason why you didn't finish standard 5? I cannot recall if he did respond on that, but I documented as such, my Lord. So whether it was XNO school standard 4 or standard 5, whether he completed, that was his response, my Lord.
Can you go to page 3?
Indeed, so, my Lord. Yes, my Lord. Excuse me.
Before the question, there is an explanation above. Then you asked him, do you understand what I have just explained to you? And his answer was, yeah, ma'am.
Is that on page 3 at the bottom?
Page 3.
Yes, my Lord.
Did you believe that he indeed believed what you explained to him?
He immediately answered. He answered fluently, my Lord. So yes, I did, my Lord.
I'm asking you this question, Colonel, in relation to his appearance on the video. His face is not clear from the video, but you could see that he looked of the following. He looked sad.
He looked?
Sad.
Sad.
Sad. Doesn't look happy. He looks tired. He looks exhausted. This is what I'm noticing from his face on the video that has been played before this court. Now my question is, did you notice this when you were interacting with him?
My Lord, like previously stated, I've taken multiple confessions. People have different demeanors. Some seem tired. Like I said, I think I used the word droopy. So at the stage in the form, it gives you provision for all of that. He looked normal to my Lord. That's why I proceeded until the point where I ended, my Lord.
Other than your experiences with other confessions, can you dispute what I'm putting to you? That my client is looking sad, is not looking happy, is looking tired, is looking exhausted, is looking misplaced. Can you dispute?
What is the last one?
Misplaced. Misplaced.
Misplaced.
Misplaced. My Lord, I remain with the reason why I stopped this confession was due to the fact that he said he's hungry and he had to use tablets. No, at no stage did he indicate to me that he was tired, what so forth, my Lord.
Before we go there, Kenneth.
Yes, my Lord.
I'm asking you this. When he first came to your office, before you reached that paragraph, he's in front of you. I'm putting to you that when I'm watching this video, I depicted the following. I'm seeing someone who's sad. I'm seeing someone who's tired, exhausted, not happy, misplaced. My question to you, would you dispute that my client was not happy?
My Lord, I cannot state that. You would follow through the video. I asked him 2-3 times, are you alright? And he said, yes, you can continue, my Lord. I cannot read emotion into a person, my Lord. So I cannot tell you whether he was sad, tired or not. I asked him, I think on 3 occasions, my Lord. And he said he wanted to continue, he's fine.
In your observation, did he look happy?
My Lord, at that stage, I don't know what he's accused for. So you're making a confession here. I don't think you're going to be full of smiles when you make a confession. I can't really answer that.
Kenan, let's go to page 6 of Exhibit WH1.
Yes, my lord.
First paragraph. When you were explaining to him that you are a justice of peace,
Yes, my lord.
you asked him, do you understand what I just explained to you? Then his answer was, yeah, man, yeah, meneer.
Correct, sir, my lord.
Did you believe then that a standard 5 drop-out people could understand what a justice of peace is?
I specifically, if you recall, going back to the video, my lord, said one of two things. I've got the same powers than a magistrate. Secondly, I told him, was jy al have you been in court procedures before? And he said, yes, he knows how it works. So I believe that he understood it, my lord.
Are there justice of peace in court?
I'm sorry?
Are there justice of peace in court?
My lord, the explanation of justice of peace is to explain my rank. And it is unfortunately like that. Unfortunately, and I don't want the court to take any disrespect, but I always tell people, me as a police officer, I actually have more powers than the magistrate, because I can do a confession throughout the country where a magistrate can only take it in his district. So to explain to him, I told him I'm a police officer with the ranks at the top, and a non-commissioned officer is here. So I explained that to him, my lord. So I believed him when he said, ja, meneer.
Kenan, I want us to be realistic here. You are highly educated, to my friend. Highly educated. You've got masters. You are dealing with an unsophisticated standard 5 drop up. My question is to you. Did you believe when he was giving you the answer, yeah, meneer, did you believe that indeed he understood what a justice of peace is?
My lord, I'm going to repeat myself, and then I'm going to end by saying...
Mr. Clark, just a moment. The question has been asked and the question has been answered. What remains on that point is for argument.
Thank you, my lord. Now let's go to where you were explaining his rights to him. It is the second page, same page, Kenan, but it is the second paragraph.
Yes, my lord.
You explained his rights to him. Then you asked him whether he understood what you were saying. Then you said, yeah, meneer.
Yes, my lord.
The following question was, do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent? Now the answer there is confusing, because he's saying, yeah, and then comma, Anhan meneer, yes. I want to exercise the above rights. What were those rights? One of them is to remain silent. Yeah, yes, comma, continue, meneer. Can you explain to me this answer?
That was his response, verbatim. I wrote it down like that, my lord. He wanted to continue. It's the demeanor, the way he speaks.
What did you understand about the first part of his answer? Yeah.
I noted it as such, my lord. Ja, wil aangaan. I can't change his words, my lord. Or put words in his mouth.
Kenan?
Yes, my lord.
I understand what you've noted. I don't have a problem with what you've noted. Not at all. The problem I'm having is understanding his answer. first, the question to this answer was...
Can we just go to the place on the video, please? Can you fast forward to that place where the rights are explained and where the question is posed? It's much further on. You see, still with the forms. He's still with the SAP 14As. It's much further on. Still with the 14As, much further on. Can you stop there? Can you play now? Let's just see where we are. Okay, that's now. The 14As are done. He's giving the book to somebody outside to take back to wherever it comes from. You can see where he's now, about page 3. Yeah, you can play from there. So that we have
op die 4de van die 2de 2024 in die afdeling bevestig gedaan. Gisterdag, dus nie die 2de is die 3de en dan is hier klomp iets van een swelsel.
He's now with the doctor's report. He's now dealing with the doctor's report, so you can fast forward more. It's closer to the end of the recording. Right. Play it there.
Dan 62.
Ja.
50.
Ja.
78. 5.
Ja.
Adjutant officer DJ Peterson. Bravo Junior Peterson.
Bravo.
So you're now on page 3. All right.
Oké, dit is belangrijk, je weet voor mij luister niet. Ik is een kolonel in de politie. In andere woorden, die vorm zei, ik is een vrederechter en mag een verklaring van u nemen.
Just let it play from here.
Ja, en andere zoals hier. De andere is, maak me diezelfde as wat dit een landros is. Ik heb dezelfde macht as een landros. Oké, so, dus asof je dan moet een landros in die hoofd vraag. Oké? Ik mag ook later tijdens in de hoofd afleggen met betrekking tot wat je my sê of jy vir my sê. En die verklaring sê ook afleggen, dat neergeskryf word en later is getuienis in die hoofd nie gebruik kan word. So, de verklaring sal diezelfde gewig dra as een verklaring aan een landros. Verstaan nie? Verstaan nie? Jy dit te hard op dat die video nie probeer nie? Ja, man. Okay. Ik heb niks te doen met die onderzoek van jullie zaken, niet met vrees nie, met bang is my nie, en jy kan my nie op vertrouwen neem. Jy is nie verplig om enige verklaring hoegenaamd af te neem, jy het een grondwettelijke recht om stil te blijven en ander te swyk, as ook een grondwettelijke recht om nie verplicht te word om een bekentenis of verklaring te maak, wat as getuienis nie gebruik kan word nie. Verstaan jy dit?
So that's the answer noted on the top of page 7 that we've just had. Now we're going to the question that Mr. Kabai wants to ask about. Just, all right, play that.
Wil jy beroep op hier grondrechter en swyk, of wil jy praat, of jy ons nou vertel? Sê hoe jy? Ok. Wil jy stil bly in die recht, of jy grondrechter rechter uitvoer, of wil jy aangaan met die procedure van vertaal? Ja.
So, my Lord, if I may, in the context of the sentences, you read it there, and the video, it seems to differ. He acknowledges on a question that I asked him, my Lord.
You, on the video, in the explanation of that question, It was put differently as on the form,
Correct, so my lord.
because you ask him whether he wants to exercise the rights or whether he wants to proceed.
And then he said, ja meneer. Ag, wil aangaan.
Then he says, yeah, yes, I want to proceed. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Kenneth,
My lord.
can you explain to me, what did my client mean when he said to you, yeah, comma, and hand? Or what is your understanding of this answer? Let me put it
Ms.
that way.
Nkabai, is that not a question for a court to determine on the evidence? This witness is going to give an opinion as to what the accused meant. Is he qualified to opine on the answer? Or is that a question the court needs to answer?
Thank you, my lord. I just said to Kenneth, let me rephrase my question.
Please.
What is your understanding of my client's answer on page 7? When on page 7, paragraph 1, when he said, yeah, comma, and Han Manuel.
My lord, I'm confused. I've answered this. If you look at the video and the context of the video, I said, do you want to keep quiet or do you want to continue? And on that response, he said, ja, wil aangaan, my lord. Do you understand it correctly, my lord?
I understand it. Can I just, Ms. Swanepoel, you don't have to play the video. Can you just give me the space on the video, where on the video it is? The timestamp.
My lord, it's 26:41.
Yes, thank you.
Kenneth, I'm not asking you about what you said in the video. I'm asking you about the question you put to my child. The question you put to my child was, do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent? And my child's answer to that was yeah, comma, and hand.
No, Ms. Nkabai. That was not how the question was put. We have just listened to the video, the audio on the video again. The question is disallowed in the manner it was asked. Because the question posed to the accused on the video was not as you read it out now on the form. He explained the question. On the video, we have just listened to it. I'm disallowing that question.
Kenneth, does that imply that the questions you put to my client in the video are different to the questions you put to him in this performance?
My lord, I was previously asked the question, or it was stated to me that the accused number 2's got standard 5. From experience, I try and break the questions down so the person can understand it, my lord. So if I had to write all the questions here, it would take hours. And that's also hence for going forward with the video, the purpose of the video being present, my lord. I could understand if it was just this document before court, but I mean, we've got a video here that justifies my questions, my lord, and elaborating on that. Decided to try and simplify it to accused number 2, my lord.
Kenneth, my question remains unanswered. My question is simple. Do you imply that the questions you put to my client during his confession in the video, are they different to the questions you put to him in the pro forma? That is my question.
And I'll answer.
Just one moment.
I'm sorry, my lord, that question was answered. This witness has said he simplified and paraphrased so that the accused would understand what he was saying. That question has been answered already.
The witness can answer.
Can answer. My lord, I'm going to remain with the same question. Had I just read out the sentence, it would have been told to me now or asked or stated to me that he did not understand the phrasing. So in that, I break it down. It's from experience, taking previous confessions, working with people, trying to interpret. And stand at 5, I acknowledge that. But that's why I elaborated on it, my lord, to try and simplify it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But it's for the court to decide, my lord.
Thank you, Kenny. Kenny, I put to you, my client, and in page 7, first paragraph, he told you he wanted, the time you were interviewing, he wanted to exercise his constitutional rights.
No, Ms. Nkaba, you've asked that question, I've disallowed it because that's not what's on the video.
Look to the second paragraph, Ken. I'm not going to read it into the record. It's one that is explaining his rights to legal representations. His rights to legal representations. You ask him, do you understand what I have just explained to you? The answer that follows is not answering your question. I will read the answer that follows from my client.
Can you play the video from where we stopped? So I think we will watch. Just a moment, can we just pause? Because it seems to me I was watching a different video than the defense. Just play the video again. From where you stopped, to start the play.
The lawyer, die rechtsgebied woorde kan die adviseer om neerkaart te maak of al dan nie. Indien nie die rechtsgebied woorde kan ons ek kan die by die rechtsopraad aansoek doen vir rechtsel. En dan word is free legal right. So, wil jy lawyer heen? Oké, waarom jy lawyer heen? Selfs word. Maar hier by die opbouw nie lawyer heen.
The reason why I wanted to go back is because, again, the question on the form says, do you understand what I've just explained to you? And then the answer is lawyer by the offer. But if you listen and look at the video, it's explained, it's broken down as to, do you want a lawyer now? If you want a lawyer, you can have a lawyer now. The lawyer can advise you not to speak to me. You can have a lawyer at court. What do you want to do? And then the accused says, that's not the question on the form, I agree. But we don't have to just look at the form and then try and split hairs as to, but this is not an answer to the question, because that was not the question as put. And we've got the real evidence there. With all due respect. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nkaba. You may proceed.
Do you understand my question, Kenny?
Yes, my lord.
And what is your comment to my question?
The question was disallowed because it was not factually correct. I disallowed the question and I wanted to clarify. That's why I played the video. Hence my comment. I was not sure whether I was watching the same video as yourself. because I could hear the question and I could hear the context. Question is disallowed. I've made a ruling.
Thank you, my lord. Let's go to the following question, Canon.
Yes, my lord.
Do you first want to consult with the legal representative? And the answer there is, if they say is not yes or no, my client's answer is, ons kan aangaan, meneer. Can you explain that to the court?
Can maybe just refer to the video again, my lord?
Yes, we can play the video.
Maar je eerst weer ergens kun je consulteren, je zit er nooit vraag. Dat is eigenlijk.
So the question is also different to on the form, because the witness doesn't read out as the question. He asks the accused, do you first want to consult an attorney, a lawyer, he said, or can we proceed? I'm translating it myself from the Afrikaans. And then he answers the question by saying, we can proceed, sir. Ons kan aangaan, meneer. Yes, thank you. You want to rephrase the question in line with the evidence as indicated on Exhibit 2?
I want to proceed with the question. Now that we do have a video.
Come again.
We are having a video that has been played before.
Just one moment, listen, Kabai. It seems
I'm too far.
Yeah, I'm not speaking
Okay,
into the
so
microphone. Yes.
Now, Canon, the state has provided us with the video, and it has provided us with the pro forma. Between the video and the pro forma, which one is correct?
The last question?
Between the video and the pro forma, which document is correct?
Sorry. Neither. Picture speaks 1,000 words, they say. My lord. The video, my lord.
Is the video. Okay.
It's going to be an interesting argument at the end of the evidence.
And what about the pro forma? What
Ms. Sinkabai, please. I've watched the video. I have the form. If you want to argue at the end of the evidence that I need to choose between one or the other, please feel free. And we'll have that debate. It'll be a debate between you and I. You want the witness to tell me what I must accept. It's not his job. That's my job. If you want to argue now, I'm not going to allow it.
Thank you, my lord. Canon, you were given J88 of my client.
It's Exhibit CC, I think it is, the J88 form.
Did you notice the injuries that my client sustained?
Possession of that we get.
The question was merely that he was given a J88 at that event.
Correct.
So maybe just take it out. It's Exhibit CC, if I remember correctly. I need to check. Yes, it is. It's CC. It's written.
Thank you, my lord.
All right, you have the form now. Mr. Nkaba, you may proceed. Maybe just rephrase the question from the beginning, because he has the form in his hand now.
when you were taking a confession from my client, were you given that document, J8A?
Correctly so, my lord.
Did you notice the injuries that appear on page 6?
Which page, my lord?
Page 6, can I?
There's a part 2, left, and I still say it on the video, it's doctor's handwriting with due respect to doctors, but it says left knee surgery years ago, and then it says patient alleged he fell from a bakkie on the 4th of February 2024 in the afternoon, which was a month prior, my lord. And on the video I specifically asked him again, was it a police bakkie? Because I knew this question would come. Did he fall off a bakkie? Is it a police bakkie? And he said, no, my lord.
After seeing that document, after perusing through it, did it come to your mind that you must confirm these injuries by looking at the body of my client?
He confirmed it, my lord, and I had a J88 in front of me.
No, that's not the question.
No, sorry, my lord.
The question is, did you want to have a look at the injuries
I did
yourself
not.
on his body?
I did not, my lord. I'll acknowledge that.
Is that customary if you have a medical report for the police officer to play doctor?
No, normally it's the other way around, my lord, where when you sustain, or you deny you've got injuries, I'll have a look, but here it was verified through a J88 that he had injuries. It was put to accused number 2, and he verified the injuries, my lord. So it would be other matter if he had not had injuries and I didn't do it. I understand that, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Helen,
Yes, my lord.
when he told you that he sustained those injuries prior to him being arrested, that was what the police, the investigating team, told him to tell the doctor. That was not true.
It's difficult for me to comment on that, my lord.
And the injuries that appear on page 6 of J88 are inconsistent with the manner in which he was tortured. Do you have a comment on that?
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Now, let us come to the last part of your video.
Yes, my lord.
When my client told you that he has to take pills, did you ask him what was those pills for?
I do not recall asking what the pills were for, my lord.
Can I just try and clarify? Much earlier on in the video, that was when he was looking for the SAP 14A that he was given. Before that, you've noticed the medication.
Okay, my lord.
Because you asked him, did they give you medication? Have you taken any medication yet?
Maybe could we go back, my lord? Sorry.
No, I don't need to go back.
Okay, sorry, no, no.
I can recall that.
Okay.
I'm just highlighting the fact
sorry.
that you noticed the medication early, much earlier on. And you asked him whether he had taken medication. It's not on the form, of course, because that was just you talking to him when he was looking for the
14A.
For the 14A. It was at the same time when you had the J88 open in front of you on the video.
Correct, sir, my lord.
So you knew he had been to the hospital just before that, and he had medication with him. I just want to confirm that.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Nkaba.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. My client instructs me that when he appeared before you for confession, he was forced into giving the said confession. Any comment to this?
My missus rectify, he never gave a confession, my lord.
Before you stopped at paragraph 8, these are my instructions. When he appeared before you, because he was tortured.
Come again, that
He was tortured.
I can't comment on that, my lord.
Thank you. When Burga, after you stopped with the confession, did you call Brigadier Anand to tell him what was happening? Because in his evidence, he testified that you called him.
An answer, my lord? Yeah, it was like that, my lord.
He called you.
No, he didn't call me. I called because
called him.
I preferred back here.
Okay.
It's protocol in the police, my lord.
So he asked you to attend to it. You decided to terminate the engagement with accused number 2, and then you called him to say,
So I have
didn't
to
go.
leave now. I have to go back to my office, my lord.
Kenneth, before you told him that you are leaving, you are going to your office, did you tell him the reasons why you are terminating or you are stopping, continuing with the confession? Did you tell him the reasons?
Come again?
Did you tell him the reasons why?
I just said I terminated the confession. I didn't go into details with him.
What did you say?
I terminated or stopped the confession. I did not go into details, my lord.
Okay. Why I'm putting this question to you, Kenneth, is because when Brigadier Hanana was testifying, he told this court that you told him that the reason you stopped the confession is because my client was sleeping.
I cannot recall that, my lord.
Just one moment. He said what? He said what? I didn't get the question, Miss.
He was sleeping.
He was sleeping. I think sleeping and hungry, but I'm just trying to find find the place in his testimony. Yeah, he fell asleep. Those were his words. Fell asleep, and we had another witness saying that he was also told that Mr. Benjamin said he was also told that Mr. Van Rijn is hungry, but Brigadier Hanana's testimony was that he received the call. Hanana received the call, and Colonel Clark told him that he fell asleep. Yes.
As I documented, it was due to the hunger and the pills that he had to take, my lord. By stopped.
Thank you, Kenny, for noticing that. Once my client told you that she was hungry, you noticed that. Legally so, you couldn't continue with the confession. Thank you very much for reaching that decision.
Noted, my lord.
I have no further questions, Kenny.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Any re-examination?
None. Thank you, my lord.
Thank you, Colonel. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lord.
A journey back to Cape Town. Next witness. Do you need to set up something for the next witness?
Not really, my lord, but I had discussions earlier with Ms. Mgabai on the aspect of whether they would make admissions in respect of the transport of accused two for the second taking of the confession. Captain Secoy is here and we can deal with his evidence then. But Ms. Mgabai wanted to let Colonel Clark finish before she would come back to me. If that's the case,
so
I would
why
need to
don't
call
we
other
just
witnesses.
take a short break. It's 10:40. Let's take a brief adjournment. Shall we say 20 minutes until 11? Means between the two of you, and if Mr. Harmse gets involved, you can have your discussions and we can plan, and then we start at 11 o'clock.
Certainly.
Will that suit you, Ms. Nkabai?
What is the adjournment for, my lord? What are we adjourning for?
No, so we take a 20-minute adjournment because, is it Colonel Sekoe or Captain Sekoe?
It's Captain Secoy.
Captain Sekoe is the next witness. But obviously we have the transport in between. You were still going to talk to your colleague about that. Then we can utilize that time, clear up that, they can set up, and then we start with the next witness.
Okay, I understand, my lord.
Just for the logistics between the two of you. I'll take the adjournment till 11 o'clock. It's 19 minutes. So that we can proceed. Mr. Sivnarayan, I don't see that the female officers are back. And I'm not sure whether anybody has the information, but maybe you can speak to the warrant officer to find out about your client at the same time. Thank you. The court will adjourn. believe that you want more time.
No, my lord. It is, we were able to get a link with Dr. Nell during the break, and he is available. I informed my learned friends for the defense, and they indicated that they would need at least 20 minutes to just take an instruction before we proceed. But Dr. Nell has been connected. Your registrar has confirmed that. It was for that reason that we...
Well, why? Who wants 20 minutes for Dr. Nell? Nobody. So we can then proceed. So the next witness will be Dr. Nell. We're going to deal with him on the Teams platform, so you can connect him. That's the person who completed Exhibit CC.
And AA, my lord.
And AA,
correct.
Yeah. So it relates to both of accused 1 and 2. You're going to deal with AA first, or you're going to deal with CC first?
We'll just deal with AA first, my lord.
Connect him.
My lord, if I'm following time sequence, it would actually be CC first.
All right. Now I just want to open the exhibit. Why are you struggling, Ms. Sonapol? Here we go. You've got to click do not send a response. Then you go to the link. There we go. Whose link is it? Yours, Jerry? Jerry, is this your link? Did you create the link? Okay, so do the admissions. You can admit him in. I can hear from that side. Miss Swanepoel, take your finger off the mouse there, Miss Naidu Chetty will do it here. Are you linking him? There we go.
Ah, there we go. No, don't touch it.
Was she unmute? Good morning, Dr. Nell, can you hear me? Good morning, Dr. Nell, can you hear me? Who's controlling the screen? Can you spotlight Dr. Nell? Good morning, Dr. Nell. Can you hear me? Give me the laptop. Give me your laptop, Jerry.
I'm here.
Okay. Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
It's Dr. Nell speaking. The quality is not good.
Otherwise. Please unmute and spotlight if you can. Spotlight for everyone. Should have told me, I would have brought my own laptop in. On your computer, Ms. Swanepoel, is your computer muted? Yeah. Good morning. Morning.
Yes, that sounds good. Good morning.
May I have your
full
name?
name? It's Hendrik Jacobus Nel.
Are you going to testify in English or Afrikaans?
In English is fine.
Can you just play with us?
Fine.
Jerry, let's see if I do it from here. All right. Is that better? Dr. Nell, is that better? I'm not sure whether Dr. Nell can hear me. If I have the laptop here with me, it causes some feedback. But he can hear me if I have the laptop on the desk. All right, let's live with that. Just pass that laptop here again. Okay. Dr. Nell, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right. Any objection to taking the oath?
No.
You will then swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I swear.
Thank you.
Witness has been sworn.
Thank you, my Lord. Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
You might have to use the microphone. This one of those.
Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Good day, Dr. Nell.
Hi.
Please, can you tell the court, for how many years have you been in practice?
29.
For how many years were you at Vredenburg Hospital?
Since 2012, 13 years.
In what capacity?
As a medical officer.
What are your qualifications?
Excuse me?
What are your qualifications?
MPCSB Pretoria.
Now, Doctor, you have received the Form J88 that you completed on the 5th of March, 2024. Please, can you tell us who was the patient that you attended to? Let's start at the first page, where your details are on. It's part 1. I'm referring to the form that was completed at 09:10. Do you have that in front of you, Doctor?
Yes, Stefan Rijn.
That's correct. Not you, I think it's the other one. Thank you, sir. Doctor, will you please take us through this form?
So just the history, what I've written down.
You can start we can start at part 1, where it's your certificate in terms of, where the document is headed, or the part is headed certificate in terms of section 212, and your full name is there. Do you confirm that?
I missed that. I mean,
At the
I
bottom,
started the history with the patient claiming father Bucky. That segment.
okay, we're going to start at the first page of this document, Doctor. Is
Okay.
it's the document is headed J88, and it's a form. The part 1 is where you fill that out, and it's a date and the time. I'll just read it for you, and you can confirm where your full name appears. The date on the document is the 5th of March, 2024. 0910 is the time of the examination, and you say this was at Vredenburg. And
Yes,
at the bottom of that page is it's dated, the place is stated, and your signature appears and your full name. That was
That's
page
correct.
1 of 6, right?
Okay.
Then we move into part 2 of this document, where you have the details of the facility. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
And at part 4, you say the patient was accompanied by the police. Do you see that?
Yes.
It's under the section B, patient information. With me, doctor?
Yep.
Right. And will you please then read what part 4 or point 4 says under C, medical history, and it's your handwriting where it says
Yeah,
relevant medical history. It starts with that.
Yeah, so the history was he had a left knee surgery years ago, according to the patient. Number 5 was the history of electric assault. I wrote patient alleged he fell from a bakkie 4th of February in the afternoon. That was a mistake. It should be the 4th of March. In my hospital notes, it states the 4th of March.
Thank you, doctor. Under section E of this form, that's the next page, I'm on page 3 of 6, you've noted the physical appearance, that being the height and weight. Do you follow
Yes.
with me? Yes?
Yes.
And on the next page, it's paragraph or section F, it's marked clinical findings.
Yes.
Will you please read what your findings were?
All right. I wrote bilateral forearm slight swelling, anterior aspect, clinically no fractures. His left knee had an old surgical scar with a possible hematosis, and that means fluid in the knee, underlying query fluid, normal weight bearing, soft tissue injury, left knee, no fractures. And I wrote the right knee, soft tissue injury, right knee, clinically no fractures.
Doctor, whilst we're there, is it correct that before hematosis you've actually, is that a question mark that's there? Can you clarify for us?
I wrote question mark hematosis, underlying fluid in brackets.
And can you explain to us, in layperson's terms, what that actually means?
Just when you get hit on the knee, you can have free fluid, which normally is blood. You can feel it below the skin and the bone.
Could that also... Sorry, doctor, I interrupted you. Carry on.
So that's what it means. There's some fluid below the knee, so it feels a certain way. That's what we call hematosis.
Could that also be because of the knee surgery? that you
pardon
noted? Could your findings on the fluid, the underlying fluid that you refer to, could that possibly be because of the knee surgery that you noted in history?
Yeah, if you felt the body injury need might be from that, yeah, most possibly, yeah.
Consistent with your findings? Consistent with your findings, Doctor?
Yes, consistent, yeah.
And then at page 5 of 6,
I just wrote contusion bilateral knees and forearms.
thank you. And then if I refer you to page 6 of 6,
Yeah.
you have depicted on these diagrams what your observations were. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this document was signed by yourself?
Correct.
You confirm your findings?
Yes.
Now, did you prescribe any medication for the patient when you conducted your examination?
I got a copy from my hospital notes from Dr. Zimri this morning. I wrote him up for tablets, Benado and Vincent, and I prescribed the Robert Jones bandage for his knee, which they probably applied in casualty.
Was he referred for x-rays?
I saw the patient in the office and we sent him down for x-rays and treatment downstairs, so yes.
On the 5th of March, when you first saw the patient, was he accompanied by a police official?
Was his what?
Was he accompanied, do you recall if he was accompanied by a police official?
Yes. There was a few policemen and two patients.
Where did you conduct the examination?
I was in the office, so normally they would go to casualty or OPD. I don't know why they came to office, but yeah, they brought to my office in the main building.
Now, Dr. Nell, we know that you also completed another examination on a patient at 9:40.
That's correct.
Doctor, if you can just bear with us, we are having some sound difficulties. Sorry.
Sorry, man. Let's cut the amplification. Let's these so that we don't. So let us cut these other microphones. And then we just have to speak up. So you make
Thank you.
To speak louder.
Thank you, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am now trying to speak as loud as possible. We know from documents in our docket that you actually were also the doctor that conducted an examination at 9:40. Do you have those documents in front of you?
I do.
My Lord, this is Exhibit AA that I'm moving on to. Very well, and very much the same fashion, Doctor, you have your first, or your details are filled out on the report on medical legal examination by a health practitioner. It's actually in terms of Section 212 of the Act, and Part 1 is where, again, all the details, your details are there, the date and time at which the examination was conducted. where it was conducted, and at the bottom of the page, again, it's dated Vredenburg, the 5th of March 2024 at 0900 hours 40. You with me, Doctor?
That's correct.
Very well. That is page 1 of 6. And if I page over to part 2, the first part is the details of the practitioner and then the patient details. Can you please read for the record the patient details?
Apollos.
Jacqueline Apollos. Very well. And once again, this patient was accompanied by the police. Confirm that.
Correct.
There's a signature that appears in line with the name Jacqueline Apollos. Whose signature would that be, Doctor?
Yes, I cannot read it. I mean, yeah, it looks like a J. Maybe it's Apollos.
It says signature of patient. It's not your signature.
No, it's not mine, yeah.
Doctor, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, that must be the patient's signature. It's not my signature, yeah.
Very well. And then I will refer you to part 5, history of the alleged assault. Can you please note your findings for us as you've noted it in the form?
8th March, complaints of left eye bruising plus left knee and left and right foot injury.
Okay, Doctor, I'm on page 2 of 6.
Yes.
History of alleged assault. Patient got injured. That's where it starts. That's what you've noted.
Yeah, I noted.
All right. Can you read what you recorded on this form for the record?
Is it still on page 2? Where the patient got injured while being arrested?
That's correct, Doctor. On page 2.
Yeah, patient got injured while being arrested on the 4th of March 2024. Complaints of left eye bruising plus left knee and right foot injury.
Very well.
That's why I used to be from the patient.
Then I'm going to take you to page 4 of 6. It's headed F, clinical findings.
Okay.
Please, can you note what your findings were?
All right. The left eye has a conjunctival bleeding, normal vision, bruised left eye lateral aspect, and swollen. The left knee, contusion left lateral aspect. The right foot swollen, tender, contused, second metatarsal, X-rays,
Was this person also referred for X-rays?
Yes, on my notes there are X-rays, no fractures.
Then I take you to page 5 of 6. Paragraph K, conclusions. Can you read what your findings were there?
Yeah, so I wrote confusion left eye, right foot and right knee.
And if I page over to 6 of 6, those findings are noted on the diagrams.
Yes, that's correct. So I've written the right knee, but on my notes it's the left knee. And on my previous notes also left knee, so slight mistake there.
Can you just repeat that for us, Doctor? We couldn't hear that.
So the injuries was on the left knee, per my clinical findings. Then when I wrote it down on the conclusions, I wrote right knee. But on the picture it was left knee, so it is a left knee. So I just made a mistake there.
Thank you, Doctor. And once again, this form was signed by yourself, all pages completed?
Correct?
Both these documents were then handed to the police, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Harams. I'm not sure whether from that microphone whether you will work, otherwise you'll have to use this laptop. Are you not connected on that laptop? You're not connected on that. Use this one.
We will just ensure the stenographer at the end of the day that we upload those. I thought if you use that, you must just speak up so that everybody can hear. But if you use that laptop, I've put the speaker and the mic on the laptop. Don't change anything. As long as that thing doesn't give us feedback. All right. Let's take it away, Mr.
Dr. Nell, can you? Yes, I can hear you.
Morning,
Dr. Nell. I'm the counsel accused. Right. Mr. Wallace. Wallace. Yes.
I've heard your response now states questions regarding your medical examination of Mr.
Wallace.
Can you hear me?
Yes. I just want to ask you a few questions. First of all, can you recall how many police that were when you examined Mr. Wallace? How many police?
Yes.
No, I can't recall. I mean, when I got there, it was like 3, 4, 5 policemen and 2 patients. But I can't recall them now. I sent a few out, but I can't recall them now to stay inside.
My client says that when he was examined by you, there were 3 policemen present while you examined him.
Did he say so?
He said so.
Okay, then yes, it must be right, because I can't recall it, yeah?
Thank you. Let me ask you this. When you walked into your office, did you not notice that he was crippled?
No, I cannot recall it.
The injuries that you refer to now, what we refer to as Annexure AA, but your J88, that was fresh injuries. You recall that? It's not old injuries.
Not to say, I can't say. I mean, I can't recall that. It was probably sitting when I came in. But it should have been fetched by obvious reasons. I mean, it was happened the previous day.
Yeah, so you didn't see nowhere in the form. You can confirm that the injuries were fixed.
Just one moment. You must try and speak up. I think cut this other microphone. It causes problems. Let's cut these amplifying microphones for purposes of this exercise, because it causes a feedback. I've switched on Mr. Harmse. You need to speak up so that I can hear you.
Speak up.
The MacBook in front of you has a built-in microphone, so Dr. Nell will hear you. And I've put on the speaker there. So you'll hear him from the speaker on the microphone, on the laptop.
I can hear slightly. Very
Just
slightly.
speak up.
I can hear
But this other, these amplifying microphones are causing a feedback. It's recorded on our system on that MacBook. Cut the amplification. That will be loud enough when it was here I could hear it clearly. But you need to speak up so that I can hear the question.
Dr. Now, back with you. Can you hear me? Yes.
Good. I was talking to you and asking you about the absence of noting on your J88 that the injuries were fresh. You didn't write on your J88 that the injuries were fresh.
Well, if I didn't write it, I haven't written it yet.
You obviously
won't at this stage remember.
No.
At Mr. Paulus, all right?
Yes.
So you didn't
really examine it. You didn't know if he had internal injuries or not.
Well, no, I wouldn't say so. I mean, if it's an officer, the patient was sitting, it's not the correct place to examine a patient. I mean, there's no space. So I asked him specifically what was the problem. So it's problem orientated, yes.
So it's possible, what I'm asking you, it is possible they could have had internal injuries as well and he didn't tell you and you didn't ask him or check it.
Well, you would have complained about, I would say, a sore abdomen or anything like that. You would have pain symptoms.
Just one moment, Mr.
I assume, if you had internal injuries.
Ms. Swanepoel, is your microphone on your laptop? Muted.
Sorry, doctor, just a minute.
It's muted. So where does the feedback come from? Where does the feedback come from?
I have no idea because mine is completely muted. The camera is off and the microphone is muted.
Okay, let's try.
Let's see. Doctor, also want to ask you, on your J88 you will notice, you have it in front of you?
I have it.
You've made a specific mention of the contusion on the I think it's the left foot. On the bridge.
Yeah, that's correct.
On page 6, you wrote, it's the right foot. Contusion on the right foot, it seems to be on the bridge.
Yes, it's the metatarsal area, it's the second toe. Proximal bone in the second toe, yeah?
Yeah, so that's on the bridge, correct?
That's correct.
Now, you would agree with me that that's not a kind of injury that you can sustain by twisting your ankle.
When you twist your ankle, you can injure your foot and your ankle. I mean, it can be a severe injury, but I mean, I'm not sure.
But there were no indications that he tore ligaments in his right foot.
Look, if you take X-rays, it only shows the bone. If you tore ligaments, it will be severely swollen.
And it
ankle. Well, it was swollen, and I wouldn't say severely, but it was swollen. So it's a minor swelling, according to my notes.
Minor swelling, but what I'm suggesting to you is that if you twist your ankle to the point that the bridge of your foot gets injured on the ground, I mean, that's like tantamount to breaking your ankle.
Well, then your ankle would have been swollen, you know, it's like a different picture then. The whole ankle will be swollen and the foot as well. That's severe swelling.
What I'm trying to get from you, doctor, is contusion on the bridge of the foot.
Yes.
It's unlikely that would occur. Unlikely that it would occur when you twist your ankle.
That's unlikely. It should be an object, caused by an object, I would say more.
Yeah, thank you. Caused by an object hitting it there.
Well, most likely, yes. I mean, if you...
There's no point in me asking you about anything that is not written on your J88 report. I just want you to elaborate a bit about the left eye. Just explain to the court that word that I'm always battling to pronounce,
subconjunctival bleeding. It means like bleeding on the white of the eye, on the sclera. You see blood, either small dots or it can be a large area. It can be the whole white of the eye, the sclera. That's normally caused by trauma. So being hit with something.
Like being hit with something rather hard.
Yeah, obviously. Can be a fist or can be an object. Anything really.
And the fact that you noted that, that would probably have happened within the last 24 hours?
That's correct.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Mkabai. So again, you must just try and speak up because we're not using the amplification, but the microphone on the laptop is live.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
I am...
I've put the volume up, Jerry, and the mic is on.
I am Ms. Mkabai, and I represent Mr. Stevino in this matter.
Okay.
On page 6 of J88, you noted 3 injuries.
Is that on the picture side?
Yes, on the picture side, Doc.
Yeah, I noted both forearms and both knees.
And you noted as soft tissue injury.
That's correct.
What is a soft tissue injury, Doc?
That's normally a swelling. If you've been hit by something or this is the area swelling of an area.
Just one moment. Jerry, just sort it out yourself because they're disturbing me. No, the power on the laptop. Cool. Is it on now? I can hear it. It's charging. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
And Doc, how did these injuries look? How did these injuries look? Do they look fresh?
Yeah, and soft tissue injuries normally from the skin and the muscle, all the tissue except the bone. So I mean, normally when you get injured, it's swollen, it might be broken with like an abrasion or a wound even. But yeah, if you have an injury, it's swollen, it stays like that for a few days and comes down by itself. Difficult to say how long it takes. Everybody heals differently, but it should be recent.
Do they look fresh to you, Doc?
I'm sure, yeah.
Testify that my client has told you that he sustained these injuries because he fell from the bucket, from the van.
That's correct.
Did he tell you when did he fall from the bucket?
On my notes, I've noted he said the previous day, the 4th of March. But I've written on the J88, I've written 4th of February, I think. And there was a mistake, but on my hospital notes, it stated 4th of March.
Which date did my client give you regarding his falling from the bucket?
4th of March, the day previously.
Did you ask him?
Well, I've written it in my notes. I asked him if he fell in it. He asked me, he said he fell from the bucket. I've written down on J88 4th of February, but on the hospital notes, it states the 4th of March. So I made a mistake on the J88. And he said he fell in the afternoon, so that was the previous day.
Did you ask him how did he fall?
How did he fall?
From which side of his body did he fall?
Good, I can't recall that.
You didn't ask him?
I haven't written it, I haven't asked it. I mean, I just asked the mechanism, yeah? That's why I asked him, sure.
Was it not important for you to ask him how did he fall from this bucket?
Yeah, I can't recall. Yeah.
Did you examine my client's dog?
I'm sure I did. I just cannot recall, but I'm sure he was sitting down, most probably in the chair when I saw him.
I didn't hear that answer.
He's saying, I'm sure he did. I can't remember because he was sitting down. Sorry, can you repeat your last answer for the court?
I said the patient was in the office. I think he was sitting on a chair. That's what I recall. Yeah.
And your first part of your answer was, you are not sure if you examined him.
I should have looked at him. I could probably didn't do a full examination. I'm not sure. I cannot recall.
This patient that was before you, he told you that he fell from the bucket. Was it not necessary for you to examine his whole body?
Yep, I assume, yeah.
I didn't get that answer. I didn't get the answer because I don't have facility here to hear. What was the answer?
John, can you repeat your last answer for the court?
What was the question again?
The question was, in front of you was a patient complaining that he fell from the bucket. Now the question is, you didn't see it necessary for you to examine his whole body.
As I said, I did examine him. I don't know if I examined the whole body. I'm not sure. I noted my injuries, what I saw, and that was that. I can't recall if he took off his shirt or any of those type of details.
Yes, thank you.
Who instructed my client to go for an X-ray?
Well, It should be me, I think, if I'd send him for the X-ray.
Still, you're not sure.
I can't recall if I sent him for X-ray. I mean, technically I had no fractures, that's what I've noted. And I've sent him for a bandage. I can't recall in all the hospital records if he went for an X-ray. I can't recall, it's not noted, like the other patient on the notes.
What sort of things, Doc, you don't remember, you don't recall, you are not sure?
About the X-rays, you cannot recall anything you do. You see a lot of patients. I mean, on my hospital notes, it's on my WhatsApp. I can't, maybe we can access it, but I'm not sure we can access it.
The injuries you noted on page 6 of the J88.
Yes.
Those were the injuries that were shown to you by my client.
Must be correct. I don't know. That's what I noted.
Other than the injuries he showed you, you didn't go there and examine him. You see whether he has sustained any other injuries.
Yeah, I cannot say what I did and how I did it. I mean, it's just impossible.
Will I be correct if I say, if indeed my client fell from the bucket, he would suffer some braces on his body?
Abrasions. He should have some abrasions. I reckon.
When we examined him, did you see braces?
I didn't note it. I just wrote soft tissue swelling. That's all I've noted in my notes.
But you will agree with me, if he fell from the bucket, he would suffer some bruises.
And abrasions. Well, he fell from a moving bucket, I'm sure. There should be some abrasions, but I can't. I didn't note any abrasions. A soft tissue injury by itself can mean abrasions, but I didn't write abrasions.
The injuries that appear on page 6, are they inconsistent with injuries of someone who fell on the bucket?
Well, yes, the injuries, I would say yes.
In which sense?
Well, his knees were injured, probably fell on his knees. And on his forearms, he had swelling.
If somebody fell from the bucket, he will have the other injuries in his body. We didn't examine my client to see the other injuries in his body.
No, I don't know. I mean, everybody falls from bucket differently. I mean, I'm sure everybody has different injuries as well.
You're not sure?
I can't specify what you will get from bucket. Everybody fell differently. So I noted the injuries he had according to me.
further questions for you, Doc.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, my lord.
Can I have the laptop, please? I will look at the recording on the laptop in the evening because it will be clear, whatever is on there. At least it will be on our server. Yes. Yes. What are the questions?
Yes, doctor. Can you hear me? Doctor, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Very well. Doctor, we've received evidence in this court that, and I'm going to do my best to describe what we've been told, so please follow my description, okay?
Okay.
We have been told that both these individuals were made to sit on the ground, their knees pulled to their chest, their arms go around the knees, it's locked and secured by a handcuff, and then a metal or steel pipe is threaded under the knee. And they were made to hang over chairs, and they were spun repeatedly. Then a bag was placed over their head, and they were repeatedly hit over the face and head. My question is, doctor, if that happened repeatedly over hours, would we see different, more severe injuries as to what you've noted on the form?
Would they hang? Would they on the cuffs with their hands?
Hands were cuffed. A pole was inserted under the knees, and they were made to hang between two chairs. And the whole body was spun repeatedly. And in that process, they were repeatedly beaten. Now my question is, if someone in that position who was assaulted over hours appeared in your rooms for examination, would what you have noted on the forms be the same as what you've done as we see them, as you've noted them?
Yeah, I know they should have much more bruises everywhere, I assume, the face or head or the body. It's quite swollen bluish, you know.
That
sounds quite severe. No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nell. Thank you. You may be excused. Thank you. Gently. Bye.
All right. Now we can return to the normal way of doing things. We had to improvise. I was told this morning that the doctor was unable to attend in person. So I know the recording is clear because it's on our server and on our own system. We've recorded it on the Teams. My registrar will share with the parties the clear recording during the course of the afternoon. It will also be uploaded onto the record of the case. We're going to revert to normality now. It's 11:56. Do you need time to rejig the courtroom? Or are you ready for me?
Ready, my lord. We do need to inform the court, though. There is another doctor that is on standby. If time permits, she will come through this afternoon. She is available.
Is he going to testify On the hybrid system?
No,
or
my lord.
Will the doctor come to court?
Dr. Zimri will be attending court.
So, get the doctor.
We will
How long will it take for the doctor to get here once we make the call?
She's coming from Vredenburg
All
Hospital.
right, so what we do is let's call the next witness. It's 12 o'clock. Let's see when we break for lunch. I will give you a time when we start. It won't be less than 10 minutes. Then we interpose that doctor. Wherever we are, get the doctor in and out.
Thank you.
So I'll tell you, this is the time we're going to start, and then you can give the doctor the time and indicate, the doctor can indicate whether they're available or not, and we plan from there. So we take the doctor after an adjournment.
Thank you.
Because it won't take more than 10 minutes from Vredenburg to get here.
Noted, my lord. Thank you. We would appreciate that.
Right.
Then I call Captain Sequoy.
Siakui. That's how I had it.
Sequoy. Sorry, my lord. Oh, well, I challenge people to pronounce my surname. They always get it wrong.
Let me just, it's Siakui, S-E-E-K-O-E-I, according to the list of witnesses. If you're going to try and pronounce it again, you will become a meme.
I'm just going to stick with Captain.
Thank you. You may swear in the witness, Ms. Naidu Chetty.
Philip Siakui. Enige beswaar teen die voorgeskrewe eed? Geen edele? Sweer u dat die getuienis wat u gaat aflê in die hof dat dit die waarheid sal wees? Niks anders as die waarheid nie, slegs die waarheid, en op die regter en so help my God. En gesweer die edele?
Thank you, Mr. Seku. You may be seated. Can I just confirm the first name, please? I didn't get that. Philip. Met de F of a P. With a P and one L. Mr. Yankees, just adjust your microphone as well. I couldn't hear you so well when you did the oath.
Kan jy of nie hoor? Hoor jy?
Harder praat. Good.
Thank you. My lord, before I proceed with this witness, the court will recall that prior to the tea adjournment, the court had invited myself and Mr. Mgabai to have discussions about the transporting of Mr. Van Rijn. She's indicated to me she has no objections to that. I needn't call those witnesses, and therefore we can proceed to
Certainly. Thank you,
the captain.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mgabai. It'll save us some time.
Yes. Thank you, Captain. Please tell the Honourable Court where you are currently based.
Sê asseblief vir die hof, waar is u tans gestasioneer? Presently gestasioneerd in de provincial. Herhaal eens. Wat alles wat jy gesê het, wil ek weer vertel. President Station Provincial Inspectors. Meester onderzoek. My character is the students at DCCO.
What does DCCO stand for?
Detective Court Case Officer.
How many years have you been in the service?
Hoeveel jaar is in dienst?
33 years and 10 months.
33 jaar, 10 maanden.
Have you had anything to do with the investigation in this case?
Enige betrokkenheid in die ondersoek in die saak gehad?
And is it further correct that on the 5th of March 2024, you were called to assist in the taking of a confession?
Is het verder correct dat op die 4de maart 24 is ik had om te opjaal met de poging van de bekentenis? Correct, my lord.
In your 33 years of experience, Captain, have you taken confessions before?
In die 33 jaar van ervaring, kaptein, het jy al ooit 'n bekentenis geneem voorheen? That is correct, my lord. A few confessions before.
Do you recall who contacted you to attend to this matter?
Onthou jy nog wie het jy gekontak om aan hierdie voorval by te woon? Correct, my lord. I was contacted by the Anana, my lord.
Do you recall at what time you arrived in Auckland? Where did you come to?
Wanneer is jy toe kaptein? Wanneer het jy gekom kaptein? I drove from the Cape to Saldanha, my lord.
What time did you arrive in Saldanha?
Hoe laat het jy in Saldanha aangekom? More or less about 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I see you've opened your diary. Is that to note the time or remind yourself?
Opgemaakt is het waar die aantekening gemaakt hebben. That is correct, my lord.
Thank you.
Just one moment. What is the problem, warrant officer? I think it's maybe technical issues. Yes, you may. You can come around. The previous witness in the witness stand was standing, and some of the media microphones were too high now, it seems.
Original. Can we give him a copy?
All sorted. Sorted.
Thank you, my lord.
Thank you.
Where did you come to in Saldanha?
Wanneer is die in Saldanha om waar is die waar en om te Saldanha? Upon my arrival in Saldanha Bay, I arrived at the sea border offices.
Who
I
did-
went to the sea border offices.
Who did you meet there?
Heb je daar tegengekomen of heb je daar genoemd?
Ik het onder andere die leden wat bezig was met die onderzoek.
Amongst each other, the members who were pursuing the investigation.
Daar geontmoet.
What did you do next?
Wat was de volgende? Die volgende?
Soos ek al reeds sê, was dit
Just a moment.
Brigadier Hanna
The
versoek.
microphone that amplifies the voice of the witness is either too far away from it or it's not properly adjusted, because I want to listen to the Afrikaans as well. So maybe just move it slightly closer. I think it was moved now when they adjusted the other microphones. Thank you. It's also for the benefit of Captain, for the accused, because they're Afrikaans speaking, so that they can follow the Afrikaans as well to instruct the counsel. Thank you.
Captain,
As I've already said, I was called by Brigadier Nana
when you got to Seaboard, sorry, carry on.
Om 'n bekentenis te neem
to come and take a confession
van een van die beskuldiges.
from one of the accused.
When you got to Seaboard, where did you go to?
Hy kom toe by Seaboard bana toe is hy toe.
Ek is na die kantore van die FCS
I
verwys.
proceeded to the FCS offices.
Proceed.
Gaan voort.
Waar ek dan meegedeel was dat ek versoek was of meegedeel was om 'n bekentenis van een van die beskuldiges te neem.
Where I was informed and requested to obtain a confession by one of the accused.
My Lord, I'm going to hand to the witness the confession document itself, but I will also ask that this be entered as an exhibit at this stage. I think we will be on double J.
Ms. Nkabai, just before I receive it, check with the defense for objections maybe. Yes, Ms. Nkabai. Don't think, no, before I receive it, warrant officer, just keep it there for now. We'll just hear whether there's any objection.
If the court can remember, my lord, I objected to this document to be called or named, or to this statement to be referred to as a confession. I placed before this court my reasons why I was objecting. My lord,
You may proceed. You may
I am
proceed.
still objecting on the following grounds. This is not a confession. This is not an unequivocal admission of guilty. Therefore, it is not tantamount to a plea of guilt. I expected, after I addressed the court, for the court to make a ruling whether this statement is a confession or it's an admission.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yes.
Is that it?
For now, those are my submissions, my lord.
Can people hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't call on you. Have a seat. There's no way I can make a ruling on a document I have not seen. In order for it to be called either a confession or merely a statement containing admissions, I will have to look at the document. The witness refers to it as a confession. It does not mean that that will be my ruling at the end of the day. That's a terminology he decides to use. So I just want to check, do you have any objection in the document being handed up as an exhibit? Because then I can make the call once I've looked at it. If there is no objection, it'll go in. If there is an objection, we'll deal with the objection. That's why I told the prosecutor to sit down first, because there was no objection yet. the document. That's all I'm dealing with now. Any objection to the handing up of the document as an exhibit?
No objection, my lord.
No objection, good. Now I may have the document. The warrant officer had the document. So this will be exhibit double J. It is a document that is a similar document as to other exhibits that we have. It has the pages 1 through to 26. So we shall refer to it as JJ page, whatever it might be. Just want to check from page 16, part G. (16 and 17), there is a statement. Then I've noted page 20, further on, there are questions and answers. Is this the complete document? There was nothing further, no attachments, nothing to that?
I confirm that, my lord.
So your colleague has an objection, and I haven't looked at the contents yet, that you refer to it as a confession. It's terminology, but maybe if the witness is comfortable with it, that you should rather refer to it as a statement until I've made the call. And the reason why I would advise in this way, the message out there in the public domain will be that the accused confessed. And I have not made that decision yet. So I can understand the concern, because we also know our facts have been distorted around this case in the public domain. Some people profiteering on distorting facts. So let's rather protect from our side, as far as we can, the integrity of the process.
Noted, my lord.
Just a request, Ms. Senator.
Noted, my lord.
Does that cover your concern, Ms. Nkabane? I see you nod. Thank you.
Captain, I've placed before you a document that was completed by yourself.
That's correct,
Correct, my lord.
Whilst the court was busy with the explanation, did you have a chance to just page through it? You confirm that is the completed document?
Terwijl of u gezegd is dat verdenkelijk en dit het nog beperkt of gegaan, bevestigt u dat het een volledige document is?
Ik bevestig so,
I confirm as such, my lord.
Very well, then my lord, I'm going to request the Honourable Court to proceed in the same fashion as we did with Colonel Clark. We'll play the video and then clear up any issues with the Captain.
Yes, thank you. So, Captain, if you want to move out of the witness stand so that you can see the screen and take a chair, otherwise it'll play behind your back, because there might be things that you will see now in the video that you will be asked about later, so that you will have an idea. Good.
My lord, may I please ask to be seated so that my colleagues can also
Certainly,
watch?
and your colleagues can also move over this way. Mr. Van Rijn, can you see the screen? Good. Because it's important that you take note. Mr. Van Rijn, listen to me.
Meneer Van Rijn, luister asseblief vir my, want dit is belangrik dat jy notisie moet doen daaraan.
With the previous statement we dealt with,
Met die vorige verklaring,
the state did not present anything that you would have said to the colonel.
die staan het niks vir die hof voorgehou nie.
In this
Wat u vir die kolonel voorgedeel het in die voorval of in die geval.
it seems as if they're going to present evidence
Dit lyk
that
asof
they will allege you told the captain.
daar getuienis dat hulle in die hof gaan voorlê.
So it's important that you take notes so that you can instruct your legal representative about anything that you don't agree with or that you want to bring to attention.
Derhalwe is het baie belangrik dat jy aandag skenk aan dit wat nou gesê geword.
Do you want a piece of paper and something to write with so that you can make notes? Mr. Kabai says no, he doesn't need it. He gives his attorney a thumbs up. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Die operator maakt op zijn kleine meestelling en als hij afgegeven aan de SC-border unit number 2 for confession. The time is now 16 minutes past 4 p.m. Start recording. One. Give me a
Mr. Yankees, I think you can move away. No? You can move away from where you are. We've just made the arrangements. Mr. Yankees, listen to me. Stop talking to Mr. Kabai. I'm talking. You would have seen that I was approached by Ms. Pulani. So we've made an arrangement. But if you sit there, then people can't see on the screen. So she's either you or her is going to sit next to Ms. Kabai, to assist with the Afrikaans to English.
Yeah.
So you can choose who's going to do that. Get a chair, there's a chair over here. Just pull a chair, Mr. Yankees. It'll just assist.
Positioned in a certain way. Would the court allow us to just try and position so it's straight?
Just try and adjust it. It's easy to do. You can actually make it bigger also. You can enlarge it.
The projector. It's on the projector.
No. I'm going to take an adjournment. Right? I didn't say adjust the screen. You can adjust your projector. If you need to angle it, get a newspaper, put it under it. Ask one of the journalists. but you can adjust it with whatever you want to. You can also zoom it by turning the lens, so you can make it bigger, fit the screen, align it properly. If it's turned like that, I can't see properly because of the reflection. It'll be nice for the TV cameras, but I'm not interested in what they can see. I need to see.
Of course.
Right.
Yes, my lord.
It's 22 minutes past 12. I'm going to give you 8 minutes till 12:30. It'll give Mr. Harms and Mr. Siebenrein also a break to leave the room. 8 minutes, I'll be back at 12:30. All right. Ms. Nkabai, you can move over again. Mr. Adams, do you also want to sit closer to here? It doesn't affect your client, so Ms. Nkabai, you can move. Who's going to sit next to Ms. Nkabai? Why do I have to ask? Yes, thank you. So, whilst people are taking their time there on the video, you can keep it rolling because this will be exhibit 3. The CD will be marked exhibit 3. The key for the handcuffs. You can let it roll. Let it roll. Is there any way that we can enhance the audio? Any way we can enhance the audio? Because there's something said by Mr. Van Rijn and I can't hear. Is the audio better if I would listen to it on another device? So I will listen to it afterwards on another device. Let it roll.
Meneer, wat is jouw naam? Van mij? Oké meneer, dit is papier zitten. Zo kun je zien. Dit is de station van de promocionada, school, also in Israel, ourselves. Você is wel gemakkelijk met dat vertelt. Uw leven, ontspat, levensplannen, gemeenschap is. Ik zal nog wel veel heel erg toegeven. Samen met waarom niemand moet weten. Yes, sir. My Lord, Lord, by unity, my Lord. Oké, ik zie van een applicatie van dagen wanneer je voor deze applicatie.
Ja.
Zo, staan geslaagd.
Okay, so you see our proceeding statement. That was adjournment covered. And it's the photograph. So the viewers were secretly remember the case of Solid, a queen of India, the case actually. And to continue to speak to the Sadi. Okay, so we've already been it's all your translate system. So what is it?
Can you just pause, Miss Swanepoel? This to and fro, the discussion, it's not on the form, is it? Is there a transcript of it somewhere? Of what? No, I'm talking about they talking to each other. I don't see it on the form. So there's no transcript of that. Yeah, because I need to hear what's going on. There's a discussion. I heard the name Captain Lombard. I heard Mr. Van Rijn saying something about Captain Lombard. In that discussion that just happened there. So I need to hear the audio. But I can't hear, and I've looked at the form. I see the captain paging and writing, and I'm trying to follow on my form, and I don't see. So there's no transcript.
There's no transcript of that.
Where are you playing the audio through at the moment?
Through the projector.
Why are you playing it through the projector? Why can't you put a microphone next to the speaker of the laptop?
My lord, we were told
If you tell me it's clearer.
We were told that there wasn't a spare microphone for that. That's why we used the projector, but we can check with the gentleman that's in charge if one of the microphones that are not in use.
Because
my colleague is suggesting
there's a microphone that we use for the interpreter.
We're hoping the angle of the speaker might help, but...
Well, let's try again, because we're not using the microphone for the interpreter now.
Yes.
So if we would put that next to the laptop speaker, it should amplify it. Because I can't hear, and I can see on the form There are things being said there that's not written down on this form.
Indeed, my lord. I'm not sure where the gentleman is that assists us with this, but I'm going to ask one of our investigators to help.
It's 12 minutes to 1. I'm going to take the luncheon adjournment now till 1:30. It's 12 minutes to 1. I'm going to take the luncheon adjournment till 1:30. You sort out your problems. I would have thought, and I don't know what was said because I can't hear, but I can see a discussion taking place. I would have thought the state would have prepared a transcript at some stage. So what? The purpose of the video is so that I can see and hear what happened. I don't need for somebody to tell me what's being said. If you tell me the audio is clear on a laptop.
We will attend to it, my lord.
Everybody knew, or at least the state knew, that we were going to do this today. But you come unprepared. It's unacceptable.
My apologies, my lord.
Court adjourned till 1:30. Let's try again. Let's try again. The witness is still under oath, but we're playing the video currently. Can you just pause there, Ms. Swanepoel? Can you just maybe just give the timestamp? Just give us the timestamp.
22:19.
My Lord,
I can't see from here, sir.
my Lord, it's 22:19.
22:19. Now I know that Ms. Nkabai would be interested in this timestamp. Because it's apparent after he disclosed what happened in the morning, the accused suddenly put his hands on the table and put his head on his hands, and he was speaking down. It might be relevant in the inquiry. So whilst we have paused the video, can you ensure that you send an electronic copy of this to my registrar?
Indeed, my Lord.
Do you have an electronic copy?
We have it on a disk, and I know that the registrar has a device that can copy from that. So I'm hoping we'll be able to do it that way.
How did you provide it to the defense?
It was electronically sent to them, my Lord. And I believe discs were later copied for them as well.
No. I want to watch it tonight.
Certainly.
At my own time, and I want to zoom in on it.
My Lord, we will
Because I
certainly...
suspect what we're going to do is to do this, and then continue in the morning with a cross-examination. That's what I suspect. But I can see things on the video. I can't hear everything because both the captain and the accused are speaking under their breath and down. I don't know why. Because this morning's one was very clear, whether it's the videographer or whatever. But as the accused are sitting there now on the screen, I can see his wrists. And I could see it on a number of other shots as well. So I want to have a look at his wrists, inter alia.
My Lord, we will ensure that an electronic copy is sent to your registrar.
Because on the trunks of how it was described, as I visualize it, the pressure marks will be on the outside of the wrist, if the hands are cupped around the knees.
Yes.
And the body weight will be pulling on me. But now I can see the outside of his wrist, and I can see whether there were marks.
Certainly, my
Inter
Lord.
alia.
Certainly, my Lord.
But I also want to, when I look at these things, I look at him because ultimately I have to make the decision.
Noted, my Lord.
Let's cross that bridge this afternoon, but I would like to view it tonight before the cross-examination starts. Thank you. Just thought I'll mention it whilst we're having the pause. You may continue. So now a second
Confirm that, my
section.
lord.
sector, and by so doing, undermining the hitherto monopoly of ESCOM. And then the third outcome was the acceleration of public procurement of new generation capacity through the discipline of what we refer to as the bid window process, which started around 2011. And as I speak to you now, we are having the benefit of generating over 8,000 megawatts from that program. And then the fourth one is the acceleration of rooftop solar solution. So that outcome one
Ms. Honourable, are there pages missing on this document? Just pause. Are there pages missing on the written document that I have, Exhibit JJ? Even though the audio is bad, I can hear there's a lot more said than what's written in this document. Are you sure this is the document that speaks to that video?
Yes, my lord.
You sure?
Yes, my lord. That's the only document that we have. That was the document completed by the witness.
I'm not saying it's different, but there's a lot more
Yes.
that's been said.
Indeed.
That was not written down.
Indeed, my lord. That is so. That is so. That's the reason why we are playing the video, which is the real evidence.
I'm going to let you conclude with up to the end of the questions. I'm not going to play the reading back now. I first want to look at the video myself.
My lord, if I may, I did indicate this in chambers. As the witness reads through the narrative of the statement, at that stage, the deponent adds information and the witness then adds that into the document.
And where do I see that?
And that adding in is at the bottom, my lord, at the bottom of page 21. Nee meneer, ek was wel weer daar by Miss Makalima om te vra vir my gedeelte nadat ek vir Joshlin met Boeta by haar gelos. So that portion is then added by the deponent.
I thought the form normally is a verbatim of what's being said. Except, of course, the explanations where one has to simplify it. I thought that when you take these statements, it's properly recorded in manuscript, verbatim, as we saw with the statement of this morning, and as we saw with Captain Solia's statement. Exhibit R.
Yes, my lord.
I thought they did away with telegrams some time ago. Maybe you don't know when we still had telegrams.
No, I do, my lord.
And not the app, where you had somebody on a bicycle with a piece of paper and giving you just keywords. I'm now receiving telegrams here.
My apologies.
Such an important case. Dealing with a child that went missing.
Yes, my lord.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, this is the best evidence provided.
Yes, sloppy as it is, but carry on. Can I just pause? Are we now at the question, and I'm trying to hear properly, on page 21, was jy dalk betrokke met die verdwijning van Joshlin? Was that the question that was posed now?
That was the question, and the answer was only the nee meneer. That's why I'm saying that the rest is then added later on as the captain reads the whole narrative. Then he adds, and the captain then adds that there.
But he adds it as part of the answer to that question on the document.
Yes, he does.
I'm not going to do the reading back until I've seen the video properly. Because what you're telling me now, what I have in front of me as an exhibit, is not a true reflection. I heard the question, but I also heard you earlier saying to me that there was something added on. But the way I read it here, it's one answer to that question. And it says, nee meneer, ek was wel weer daar by Miss Makalima om te vra vir my gedeelte nadat ek vir Joshlin met Boeta by haar gelos.
Indeed, my lord, that is why...
So now I'm trying to listen to the answer, but I just wanted to confirm that I'm in the right place. The captain's sitting here, you can hear my comments.
Yes, my lord. Yes, my lord.
And if counsel don't ask him, I will ask him tomorrow to explain. So play, let me hear that answer, and then I'm going to stop the video so that I first can watch it myself.
As the court pleases, my lord.
Because as I've indicated, on the bits I could hear, there was more said than what's in this document.
Yes.
And there were discussions. Question and answers. Yes. Whether it was clarification or not, I couldn't figure out. Yes, so let's just hear this answer. Or did he answer already, meneer, that I didn't hear?
It was answered, my lord. That's why I just...
So you can stop the recording. Is this the only statement that is the subject of a trial within a trial for accused number 2?
No, it's not.
Is there another one?
There's a pointing out, a so-called pointing out.
So that's the pointing out, because this is not a confession, what I have here. Well, the pointing out, is it a 218 pointing out?
Yes.
So I've got to wait for the pointing out to determine whether it's a confession. Otherwise I would have told you now. But we're wasting time with dealing with this in a trial within a trial, because it's clearly not a confession on its own. And there's a sentence, because it could be that it could be a question of accessory after the fact as well.
Yes.
But that sentence is incomplete in the manuscript. The answer. It's about the man with the red t-shirt.
Yes.
I thought I heard a little bit more on the video.
Yes, my lord, I actually filled in the word because I could hear the word on the video.
But it's not here.
It's not on the document, but one can hear it.
It's not on the document.
Indeed, my lord.
Because the missing word in context might change the complexity.
Yes, my lord.
And the meaning of it.
Yes, my lord.
Well, why was I not told when this document was handed up that, I don't want to use strong words, that this document is no reflection of what had happened there on the video? Because there are parts missing. Important parts. So I'm going to stop it right here. I first want to watch this video. For me to make sense of what's going on here. I don't know how parties can think that they can place a court in this position. Because it's an important point of the case.
Yes.
It's a crucial point of the case. Because the version presented here, if true, means that on his version, Buddha was asked by Kelly to deliver Joshlin to Miss Makalima. And then what follows on, to be collected by the man with the red t-shirt. And then he goes back to go and ask for his share. That's the context.
Yes.
Now, it's crucial in the case.
Yes.
How long does the reading back take? Because I don't want to be confused when things are read back.
No, my lord. I can't give you a specific time now, but it's not very long. 19, so 13. It says there's 13 minutes left of the whole recording, my lord. The signing happens afterwards, so the reading is first and the portion.
Okay, so I'm going to let you go through the reading, and then I'm going to stop it there.
As the court pleases.
And then plans must be made that I get a copy that I can view.
My lord, there is actually also another copy of the CD itself.
I don't know why you give me CDs.
Okay.
My laptop doesn't have a CD. My iPad doesn't have a CD. And I didn't bring my external drive. So there's a way of doing it. Even if somebody has to go to the hotel and have it converted on my registrar's laptop, and she will upload it onto the team, which is the record for each day.
Yes.
It means everybody can access it easily.
Yes.
If you've got Teams, Microsoft Teams, click the button, you watch it. Right. That will be done before the sunset today.
Yes.
Proceed. Is there more reading back? Is that what you refer to as the reading back? Was that what you referred to when the statement was read back?
Yes, my lord. That was what I was referring to, and then when he added and what was added in the document.
He added a lot more before that.
Yes, my lord.
Speaking about his cut.
Yes.
I didn't see that word anywhere. I take it it's the
Gedeelte.
English word cut, C-U-T.
Yes.
No, I didn't see that word at all in this whole document. Of course, the person is told, it's in this document somewhere. The person is told before the statement is taken, I'm going to record it in your own words, in jou eie woorde. It doesn't mean it's inadmissible. It doesn't mean that at all. That's why I want to have a look at the video, because I'm not going to waste time. I think it's page 15 of the Roneo document. I think it's page 15 in the Roneo document. So I'm going to have a look at this video. Then we can have the evidence tomorrow morning and the cross-examination. Because I'm not sure whether the defense had the opportunity also to look at it like this. I don't know whether anybody has done the comparison. It seems to me the state didn't do it. But as the witness, as I was watching the video, I was going through the statement. And I could see a lot being said and very little being written.
Yes.
Or paging back and forth, I don't know where. So that I can orientate myself as to the document and the exhibit. The exhibit obviously is real evidence.
Yes.
And the captain will have to explain where he deviated and why. Between Mr. Kabai cross-examining and me trying to clarify. So you say you only have it on the CD?
Yes, my lord, but I do have 2 copies of the CD, and I know that Mr. Harmse has the electronic format of the videos because he was the one who indicated, the last one, Ms. Lombard's one, he provided the electronic copy. It was Advocate Raman who dealt with the copies of the evidence, and I know that she must also have an electronic copy of it. I don't have that, I only have the CD, and I have two of them.
Does anybody have a copy on an Apple device? Does any of the practitioners have a copy of these CDs on an Apple device, electronically?
No.
To ensure, I excused the registrar because she's ill for the afternoon session before the sun set.
Yes, my lord.
It must be loaded onto her device so that she can upload it, and she will let me know once she's done that. I will then access it on Teams. If not, she will share it with me in the cloud, or load it onto our own OneDrive, and I will access it in the cloud. because I want to watch it before tomorrow morning.
I understand, my lord.
Yes. So we'll proceed in the morning at 8:30. I know that you won't be here. Safe travels.
Thank you, my lord.
And congratulations on your daughter's graduation.
Thank you, my lord. Thank you.
Mr. Apollos, Mr. Van Rijn, both of you, Malmesbury, till tomorrow morning. Mr. Van Rijn, you saw what happened there. I'm going to address you in Afrikaans so that you know. Go and think about it. Think whether there's anything that you need to bring to Ms. Nkabai's attention tomorrow morning. Gaan dink daaroor, right? Insofar as it relates to Ms. Smith, I believe that she was returned to Langebaan during the course of the day, and hopefully she will be here tomorrow morning. Thank you. The court will adjourn.